The best FIFA 20 pros in the world have been brought together again as the top-ranked competitors from the 6 major regions around the globe will fight to be crowned king of their territory in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. So far, 4 winners have been crowned in Europe, Oceania, South America, and Asia. And this weekend, the action continues as the top FIFA 20 players who live in North America will meet on the virtual pitch to see who can lay claim to the title of the best FIFA 20 player on the continent. Welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America. What is up, everyone? How is it going? I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside 2 of my BFFs, Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And after 2 amazing days of FIFA action, this is it. Championship Sunday. At the end of today, we're going to crown a champion of the North American region for FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. It is all popping off. And the winner not only gets, the trophy, which is super cool, and the opportunity to shush the haters, but they're also going home with $10,000 in cheddar. That is what's up. Mike LaBelle, who do you think is going to handle the pressure today, because there's so much at stake?
Wow, you're putting me on the spot early. I was just going to say friendships are about to be lost because we have the complexity derby to get things underway, to get things started early on today. And I would say a lot of us didn't expect them to both be in the losers bracket. I mean, they still got a chance to win, but between Max and Jackson, one of them's going through, one of them's going home. Early edition. I told you yesterday, I think Fiddle's going to make a run for it. So if you're just going to put me straight on the spot, I like his placement in the bracket. He needs 1 win. He's sitting in the grand final. He's been my player to watch from day numero uno. I can't switch up now.
Yes, I put you on the spot. It's what I do, Mike. Okay, now Spencer, in terms of, we got four players left to allude to what Mike was saying. I'm not necessarily who you like, but talk to me just about the mentality that you have to win in this situation, especially for some players that had to wait a day to play.
Exactly, Jim. Listen, it's Championship Sunday. We've got the trophy out for a reason. This is where you can make a name for yourself. It's a new day, and so many times across so many different FIFA tournaments, we have seen people turn up on a new day and be either a shadow of the person they were the day before or 10 times better. So you can't read too much into the form that we saw on Friday and Saturday. All it really means is who's in where on the bracket. Obviously, there's a winner's bracket and there is a loser's bracket. The loser bracket guys have got so much work to do because they cannot lose again. The guys on top, Fiddle and Tigre, they can afford to lose one game and still come back. So even though they might not be as good today, they've earned themselves a game's gap, if you like, to their form. But listen, it's going to be hard. It's going to take the mentality of a champion. You don't win these ones easy. Everyone's got into this tournament for a reason, for a fantastic FIFA 20 year. And this is the end of their year, competitively speaking. So I hope they end on a bang.
Well, to give everybody some context about the 4 players we're talking about and all their, let's say, their adventure along the way, let's start with our first player. And Spencer, take it away. I'm pretty sure it's Jackson. Oh, it's Fiddle.
It's going to be Fiddle. Yes, so Fiddle had a great day, obviously, on Friday. This is his first matchup against the Brazilian G on 10. Beating the offside trap there. Look at his celebration. He gets right in the camera's face. I absolutely love watching Fiddle play. I love his energy. So he wins that game. He goes through to the winners game against Joxan, who also won his first game. Look at this near post header. Don't see a lot of them in FIFA 20, but obviously Virgil van Dijk can beat anyone in the air. And this is an extra time goal in a 4-4 slobber knocker, making it 5-4 there against Joxan. And he's so happy because he knew that meant he was going to be in the winner's bracket for Championship Sunday. What a day for Fiddle.
Well, let's keep that energy moving. I have no idea what a slobber knocker is. That is a new word for me, new into the vocabulary. We have Joxan, who advanced to the winner's match. We just saw that result against Fiddle. It went to extra time. It was the best game that we've seen this far in this tournament. We had a little bit of everything. You had set pieces, you had missed chances, you had emotion, happy days, sad times, a late goal for Fiddle to go ahead and avoid those penalty kicks. And then we saw the rematch, Joxan versus Squirrel, and he got the job done. Looked relatively similar to the first time they matched up. He just had a little more in the tank.
And moving through to yesterday's action on Saturday, starting off with Timbers Tigray, who, I tell you what, surprised some people, including me. This is him up against the powerful Ajit Power. 1-0 down, but look at this. He finds a goal that takes him to extra time, and look at the time on the clock. Literally last kick of the game, little bit fortunate with the goal at the back post. You can see there a wry smile from the man himself. So that takes him through to the winner's bracket game. He goes up against Complexity Maxi, okay? And listen, 3-2 down, again in extra time. This guy comes up clutch when it matters. He has earned his spot on the winner's bracket. He took that game to penalties, saved them, looked unbelievable in goal there. And yeah, I mean, he didn't do it with loads of goals spare, but he found his way through.
Yeah, Tigray's been leaving them late, but still getting it done, getting the job complete, the task at hand. As you see Maxi turning, twisting, the goal with Cruyff. Lovely work. I've been talking about how he's a genius or a little maestro around the edge of the box with a lot of his intricate details. He had the lead against Tigray as well, and that's why you've got to give a lot of credit to Tigray, battling back, wins and penalty kicks. Bit of an unexpected result, and then Max had the rematch similar to what happened with Joxon, and he's playing Be More for the second time. First leg, he had so many opportunities, went up 3-0, wrapped it up. Wasn't nearly as good in a tale of two halves after the second leg, but he did enough. He already had the result. He had the goals. He was in a position to put himself to go through to the loser semifinal.
Now you get to see our four players. Got a little context there. And now these are the matchups. Fiddle is taking on Tigray in the winner's bracket. They can still lose a match and survive. They have to lose 2 to get knocked out, whereas Joxon and Max in the Complexity Derby, if they lose, they're out. If they win, they continue on to try to win it all from the loser's bracket and get that $10,000. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this Complexity Derby. Spencer, I'm throwing this one to you because it's interesting to see an organization have 2 of their players play against each other in this type of format. And now we have it, and I'm buzzing about it because, yeah, you're friends, but are you really friends when the competition starts?
Well, I mean, there's no room for friends in between the 2 whistles. You know, you've got to just play your own game. You can't worry about your teammate. And I'm sure both of the Complexity lads will have that same mentality. And I've had many a game where I've had 2 hashtag boys go up against each other. And if it's in a straight knockout, sure, you're just kind of backing it. But in this instance, obviously it being a loser bracket, if these 2 were playing each other on the winner's bracket, you'd be buzzing. It'd be perfect scenario because you know one of them's going through to a winner's final. The other one's going to get a chance to work back in. However, this is an elimination game, Jim. So whoever beats their teammate sends their teammate out of the tournament, makes them end on a bad note for FIFA 20. So as much as they're good mates and trading partners, will that be the same after the game? It's going to really be a test of their camaraderie, their sportsmanship for sure. And obviously the way the game goes, you know, sometimes little things happen in games that can annoy people. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what happens. But either way, Complexity win and Complexity lose. Depends on the way you look at it.
Could we call them frenemies? Is that the terminology when they're matched up here? But like you said, both these guys train together. They've been partnered together, and they've had a lot of success together as well on the biggest of stages with the FIFA E-Club event, with the Club World Cup, as you see here. First North American champions in that. And that really was an introduction for the majority of the competitive world to VIP Maxi or Maxi VIP. In terms of him not just being a force or a phenom, because I talked about it yesterday. We started hearing about this kid when he was literally 14. He couldn't even go to events yet, but he was just dominating online. And that was really his stamp of he's arrived. I was trying to figure out. I had everything mixed together.
But
he became a bit more of a staple on the
all over that word. I don't even know what's going on.
God.
You're making up new words. Okay, now let's talk about FCC Fiddle because he looked very good in day 1 and showed a lot of different varieties of how he can beat. You can hold on, he can clutch up, but also he can dominate, Spencer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Fiddle. I've got to admit, I like watching him. I like the energy he gives off. I described him as the All-American earlier. And look, this is why one of the reasons I say it. When this guy plays in North America, he's an absolute beast. Like, he knows how to win American events. Look at this. Twice MLS champion in the same 2019-20 season. So he comes into it in fine form in this part of the world. Sure, maybe he'd have liked to have made a bigger splash in the rest of the world, but he's still 22 years old, guys. He's got time. If I know anything about Fiddle, it's that he knows how to win North American championships. I would not be surprised, based on the fine work he's already done to get himself into the winner's bracket, if he takes another championship here.
No doubt about it. You cannot put Fiddle on the back burner. It's one of those players that always shows up and shows out at big events, prefers to be at Atlanta, of course, as you're seeing the recap from EMLS Series 1 and 2. And in the first event, he beat George Adamo in the final. In the second one, he beat Palinetto in the finals. And I bring that up because both of these players are ranked very highly, especially Palinetto, who won the earlier Summer Series event for South America. He's a top 10 player in the world, and Fiddle was able to get the job done. And he can elevate. A lot of players don't have this extra gear, and especially not in big moments when it really counts, when all the eyes are on you. And if anything, Fiddle gets better as those big moments almost start to develop and you start to get closer to the finals, or you're itching for the semis, or if the game's really into the nitty gritty, those fine details, he finds the margins.
Yeah, and that's important to be a champion at anything. So we've learned about Fiddle. We've heard about the complexity twins, as I want to call them, with regard to this. Let's learn about the last competitor, Tigre, who has a lot of special things to say. Check it out.
Getting things moving in the first half. Fantastic.
I'm usually the only Mexican competing on Xbox. I know the community is going to be attentive to what I do, this type of tournaments. And for that reason, I know that there is pressure. I just try to focus on myself and on my gameplay and try my best. My name is Ivan Anguiano. I am 23 years old. I play for Timbers Esports, and I go by Ivan Tigre.
This game has a chance to win it here!
The best food item. I think right now it's Reverie, the summer heat version. He has crazy stats, 5-star whip foot, which is really important. He's really similar to Team This is Neymar actually, but he costs like 4 million less.
What a goal that is! Almost out of nowhere!
It meant a lot to me to sign for Timbers because it's the biggest team in Mexico right now. It gave me a lot of confidence that such a big team like that put their trust in me. For the Summer Cup series, I am looking forward to it. I'm very excited. It's going to be interesting to play against players we have never played against. It's a good chance to showcase the NA talent. People will get to know us a little bit more, and it's always nice to have a regional scene, and hopefully we have more tournaments like this. Making the E-World Cup has always been my goal every year. I think I'm getting closer every year. So of course, there's still a lot to improve, so I will be grinding more next year. I'll try to get better and hopefully make it next year. I want to do something big for my country since we haven't had much representation in the World Cup in the past year, so it will be nice to represent my country and win something.
Great insight there from Timbers Tigre about what he wants to do, what he wants to achieve for Mexico. A lot of pressure in some ways. But if you guys want to be here, he's one of the best along with the other competitors. But if you want to be here one day too, it is possible because the awesome people at PlayStation are putting on a weekly online PS4 tournament. They're doing it all year long and for players of all skill levels. So just look for the special tab in your FIFA 20 menu, select an upcoming tournament, and away you go. Players will then participate in a Swiss tournament format, and the top 16 finishers per week and the remaining top 64 players by points will qualify for a monthly final, which will give you a chance to earn rewards along the way. So see how far you can go and then come back for the next month and the month after that and see what new prizes you can win by heading over to compete.playstation.com to sign up. All right, now let's get to Twitter and social media. We want to hear from you guys. We want you to join the conversation. Hit us up at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag Summer Cup Series so everybody in the chat that's dropping GGs. Head over to Twitter and send us a message about who you think is going to win today out of these final four competitors. But before we get to those tweets from you, let's get to Spencer. I think you found something good for us.
Yeah, I mean, I like to keep it, a cosmopolitan here. And we're going to look over to Japan for a tweet here. Obviously, I know what this means. This is from Blue United. I won't bore you with the details, but essentially what they're saying is, we're nearly at the end of the Summer Cups. There's been 6 continental champions that are going to be determined, and then the season is over. They're also saying that the date of, we're still unknown about what's happening next year in terms of dates, but they hope the new season will come soon and they're going to get prepared for it, basically. So, I mean, that's just basic Japanese I can do for you today off the top of my head.
You're like a modern day Dr. Nightwatch. You can speak multiple languages. That is awesome. All right, let's get to today's schedule so you guys can see what's what for today here on Championship Sunday. We're going to start with the losers bracket. Joxon versus Max. The loser goes home. The winner sticks around with a chance to potentially become the champion. And then we're going to take on the 2 players that have yet to lose a game. Fiddle is taking on Tigre, then the losers final, grand final, and it should be a lot of fun to see who ends up being on top at the end of the day. All right, everyone, we're going to take our first break, but when we come back, these 4 competitors are going to battle it out. Who is going to be the main man at the end of this? We're going to find out right after this. Don't go anywhere.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by PS4. Okay, everyone, I know it's your favorite time, or one of your favorite times of the stream. It's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't done so already. because it's time for me to reveal the live viewership rewards for this weekend, which are a Jumbo Rare Players Pack and a Rude Hoet 94 rated center forward prime icon. What? That is ridiculous. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Also, as a heads up, drops may take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. That's very important to remember, as is this. You can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. Fellas, I'm going to be honest. Once I retired from playing, I've had a competitive void in my life. So when I'm around Championship Sunday, my blood gets up. My adrenaline gets going because I love big matches. So let's take a look at the bracket and talk about this a little bit because we have a first one, the Complexity Derby. It's all kicking off here on Championship Sunday. Yoxin is taking on Max. Yes, I absolutely love it. You love to see it. I know we're not going to give predictions yet, but Mike, this could be maybe the most exciting match so far of this tournament.
This is that top tier, that upper echelon, two big names, teammates. We talked about them being frenemies potentially. Only one of them goes on, and this is the last tournament of FIFA 20. So this is what you remember. You're gonna take this with you to FIFA 21.
Yeah, that's right. You don't remember the losers. You remember the winners. Let's bring both of these guys on right now, Yoxin and Max, who are friends, they claim, but are they really friends now that the derby is about to hit? Yoxin, I'm gonna start with you. How are you feeling before this one?
Hey, what's up, Jimmy? I'm feeling pretty confident. I know I'm playing my teammate, but can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling confident. I know it's my teammate Maxi, but unluckily we have to match, and I'm just gonna try my best.
Question for me, guys. Listen, you might not like it, but I like to mix things up. I'm going to go to Maxi for this one. Maxi, hopefully we can hear you as well. Let's just do a quick test before I go to you. Maxi, say something. Good? Yeah, we're good. Okay, good. Yeah. So my question for you, Max, okay, we've talked about it. We've avoided the whole, who's better, Yoxan, Maxi, etc. Your teammates. We don't want to ruffle any feathers. I'm here to ruffle feathers, Maxi. My question is, who needs this championship more? You or Yoxan?
Well, I mean, Yoxan is probably the favorite to win it, so you could go that way. But then you can also say I haven't achieved as much, so then I would need it more. So I think you can swing it either way. So for myself, I'm just going to tell myself I need this more and do my best to win.
I want to follow up to that as well, and I'm gonna ask this to both of you, but we'll start with Yoxan. So because you guys train together, you share tactics, you're teammates, you have this relationship, obviously. Is your mentality any different in this matchup? And what I mean by that is, well, I'm not going to do this against this guy, or I'm not going to hold the ball, or I'm not going to have the same game management, or is it still like, I am ready to go and do whatever I got to do. I'll tear off your leg. I don't care. Break your controller. It's all on the table.
No, I think, Mike, I'm ready, man. So we've been practicing a lot. Obviously, like, we share tactics. We practice a bunch of times. I think Maxi and I play like at least 10 times. So, I mean, we both know how we play each other, but I think it's just going to be the same thing. Honestly, like, it's going to come at the end of the day to, like, whoever does the things best. But I'm just going to try and do my own thing, the same thing that I always do.
And Maxi?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, me and Yoxan kind of have a pretty good idea of how we play. So really the only issue, like, going into the game is because it's your friend. So so it's never fun to, like, play a friend in a really competitive scenario. But once the first whistle of the game goes, like, we're just focused on the game, and then afterwards, probably GG, good luck in the rest. That's it.
Max, I will not stand for these cliches. I want you to talk some trash about Yoxan. Get in there a little bit. Say that he smells, that he, whatever you.
Yeah, you know him better.
We need something here. Give us something, Yoxan. I know you got some dirt on Max. Give me something. Nothing. They got nothing. These guys got nothing. All right, guys. Best of luck to you in the complexity derby. I know you guys are being great. Well, best of luck to both of you. I understand. Right. You guys are sweethearts. I love it. I love it. All right, guys. Good luck. We'll talk to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck, and we'll see what happens. We'll see who we're talking to afterwards. All right. Now let's do what we like to call our predictions. Pretty simple. Mike, I'm going to start with you. Who do you like in the complexity derby?
Thank you so much for starting with me. I'm going to give you a slight drawn-out answer, as usual. I think because Maxi's played so many games against Yoxin, I don't think he's had a big disadvantage the way that they've been kind of selling this. I think this is going to be a really close game. I think it go either way, but I just can't get away from Yoxin. He always figures out a way in tournaments to go deep into events. He's got that mentality that he's never out of a game. He makes a lot of comebacks. As long as he doesn't concede early and often, because that was his Achilles heel earlier on in this tournament. He kept conceding first. He should be okay.
Okay. I like it. Good reasoning. How about you, Spencer?
If I said as long as he doesn't concede early and often as a prediction, you'd come after me, boys. I'm sorry. Right, listen. Here's what I'll say. First of all, Mike calls Maxi VIP the phenomenon, that he's come from a young age, and he's still only 18. His answers are fantastic. Like he's not giving me the juice I want, but he knows how to play the game. Do you know what I mean? I'm asking this question I'm thinking I'll get a little bit out of Max. He's a young lad. He'll say something he shouldn't say. No, he's an absolute pro, media trained. Like, fair play. He's going to go a long way in the industry because he didn't give me any juice there. But that's what you want from a complexity standpoint. You want them to be, good teammates, and they clearly are. They've won something together, but those days are gone. The E-Club World Cup is done. I think Max definitely can win. I think he's definitely good enough, but I also do think Yoxan favours it purely off the console and just a little bit more experience at these big games.
All right, you've heard from Spencer, you've heard from Mike. Now it's time to hear from our casters of this match, Richard Buckley and the world-famous Gorilla. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Championship Sunday is among us. I've been here many times before. We've got 4 games of action. Gorilla, the first time in the commentary booth. What's it feel like to be on a Championship Sunday? Not as a commentator, but as a player. Does it ramp up when you're here on the Sunday? You've got the big games in front of you?
100%. I think it's a situation where you've done all the hard work on the Friday and a Saturday, and now you're here. Everyone's in the same boat. Obviously, some people will be in a more prestigious position in the winner's bracket, but it's all the same at the end of the day. You're both here, and you got to win all your games to win the whole tournament. You're not going to have the best situation in every single game, so you got to make sure you take your chances and make sure you're in that final when it comes to the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the opportunity to look at both players' teams going into this losers bracket match, actually, this elimination game. Let's have a look at Joxan's team first. Gorilla, this is the first time you've really got to dissect both of these two players, so I'm looking forward to hearing what you say. Joxan's team on the screen there, what we're thinking?
Vieira centre-back, and obviously De Jong in Hullet in CDM. And this is very, very similar to my team that I used in the Summer Series. Bar Eusebio, I had Cruyff, and instead of Zambrotto, I had Carlos Alberto. But very identical team, and it's probably one of the strongest teams that you can see. So really interesting to see if he switches out Eusebio, maybe at the second half or the second leg, maybe he wants that Neymar and Cruyff 5-star, 5-star. But very solid team, and I'm glad that he's on with De Jong in CDM.
And look at that reward Mbappe as well. Oh, it's got to be someone. Unfortunately, it's not me. Maxi's team on the right here. Gorilla, I'm seeing Kante in there. What does he offer you in that CDM role?
I think he offers you that stability in defence, a bit like Vieira, but the problem with Kante is the height difference. Now, I think they're more or less the same team, just Kante instead of De Jong. I personally prefer De Jong or De Bruyne just because that 4-star skill moves does get you out of some tricky situations, but don't get it twisted. That Kante is a very, very naughty card.
You heard it there in the preview. Look out for Kante in the CDM role up against the sort of unit that is Ruud Gullit against him. First game of the day. It's going to be Joxan from Team Complexity up against Maxi VIP, also part of Team Complexity. These two won a championship together in one of the final LAN events of the year, the Club World Cup. It was a penalty shootout win. Maxi clutched it out in the end. Who's going to clutch it out here in the North American Summer Cup Series? Joxan kicking from left to right in the Complexity kit, and from right to left, it's going to be Maxi in the red.
I'm really, really excited for this matchup. And as you just reminded me, they won the Club World Cup and they beat me in Stokes. And I actually had the privilege to play against Maxi in that tournament. And he's a very, very good player. He likes to keep the ball. Well, in that tournament, he did anyway. So it'll be interesting to see if that's his play style. So we'll have to wait and see on that. But I'm really, really excited for this game. And hopefully it's an exciting one.
In the early stages, I wanted to ask you, you've been playing competitive FIFA for many a year. Gorilla, have you ever faced against a teammate or a very close friend in a tournament, and how did it go, and what sort of the mindset going into that game?
I've matched up against some of my close friends a few times in events, but I think the main one that sticks out for me is when I played Tas in Barcelona on FIFA 18. I did end up winning the game, but it was one of those situations when you go into it not as serious in a way, not in a bad way. It's hard to explain, but you kind of have this feeling there. But as soon as the ball kicks off, I think all of that goes out the window, and at the end of the day, you both want to win. So I think subconsciously there's something there because you're good friends with the person that you're playing. And I remember that game very well. Tas went 3 or 4 goals up, and I somehow brought it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of my best comebacks up that he ever had. It was a very entertaining game. But yeah, it's one of those where, beforehand maybe you're not as concentrated in terms of like wanting to win, really, really badly. But as soon as the ball kicks off, I think all of that goes out the window and you kind of take it really seriously.
Joxan just giving away the ball there in the centre of the park, giving Maxi VIP an opportunity to come forward. Let's talk about Joxan, because over the last probably 18 months to 2 years, he has been the #1 player from North America in terms of performances and placements at tournaments. Him, probably New York City Chris, a close second. What makes Joxan so good in his gameplay, Gorilla? Is he doing anything differently to other players?
I just think he's very well rounded. I remember when he first won his first ever tournament at the start of the FIFA 19, I believe it was, and I was keeping an eye on him. And throughout the events that he competed at, I was always keeping an eye on him. And he's very well rounded. He's very good at defence. He's very good at keeping the ball, and he's very clinical as well. But saying
offside.
That, Maxi goes,
just offside.
Was your side? Oh my god! I did not see that.
Must have been a hairline there. The linesman putting his flag up. I think it was for the initial pass, actually, into R9, that offside call. Johan Cruyff, actually, was the player who was offside. Just watch the replay back there. But I tell you what, that slowing it down just on the edge of the box there for Maxi, it's a move that is still seemingly come more and more sort of frequent in FIFA esports, just slowing all the way down to a stop and then speeding up again.
Yeah, it's just the way that the game has to play, especially at a high level, because you don't want to give the opposition the ball, you don't want to give them the possession. As long as you're in possession, you're controlling the game. Of course, the other player is going to get the ball at some point, but as long as you can control it in the vital areas such as these positions, then, you've got a better chance of creating more chances and obviously getting more goals. Whether if you're rushing, should I say, you're going to give the opposition more and more chances, get the ball back, counter you, and just play the game that he wants. I think, the way that the game is at a high level, you just want to play in the final third and make sure you pick your passes correctly.
Yeah, keeping hold of the ball is one of the most sort of resounding things that we've heard this entire weekend, both from yourself and Alan Avi on the commentary desk. Possession is key in FIFA 20, we can see. 30 minutes gone so far in this game. Pretty end-to-end FIFA, in all honesty. Both players been quite aggressive. We'll be hearing the thoughts of Gorilla throughout the game in this losers bracket matchup. Rude Hullet just edged off it there by R9. Important to point out as well, winner of this game, $5,000 guaranteed from a top 3 finish.
It's a lot of money. But I don't think that'll be on their minds. I really don't. I think they just want to win. And I think, if they're like me, you want to get that win. You want to get that trophy. So the money's very nice, of course, but it's all about winning at the end of the day. So I don't think it'll be too much in their mind. And it's very early on, so I think they're both, just filling out each other. Obviously, practice playing against each other, and then actually when it matters is 2 completely different things. So they'll know each other's tendencies, of course, but I feel like we're going to see a bit of a slow game up until the 60th minute at least, and hopefully open it up in the second leg.
Cristiano Ronaldo bursting down this left-hand side. Cuts it back for R9.
How was that not gone in?
How?
5-star week for R9.
Oh.
Wow.
Did he do anything wrong, Gorilla?
I feel like every time I talk, one of them has a really good chance. So I think I should be quiet for a little bit now. But I don't think he done anything wrong. Obviously, in hindsight, maybe take a touch, but you just don't. You don't do that in the situation. It's one of those where. Yeah, you back him. He's a prime moment. It's 97 R9, 5-star week for Joxan will be disappointed with that. Not really his fault. It's just one of those things. If he does it again, he'll probably go in the back, innit? But maybe it was Van der Sar. Maybe he put him off.
And again, you mentioned it a couple of days ago, Cristiano Ronaldo as that wide cam. Look for him to dominate the fullbacks. It's Zambrotta on that side. Ronaldo got the pace and the physicality on Zambrotta. Potentially expect to see that exploited as we get further into this series. Approaching half-time here in leg one. Speaking of Cristiano Ronaldo against Zambrotta, the exact same matchup, but for Maxi VIP on this left-hand side. Back to Rude Hullet, back into CR7. Waiting for the space to open up. Slow build-up play yet again, but Mbappe just nicks it back off Ronaldo. And potentially, we're going into half-time. Surprisingly, we have to say, it's a 0-0 scoreline. Offside goal called for Maxi, and a 99 out of 100 opportunity for Joxan. He will get one more chance before half-time. Bounces off Patrick Vieira and takes us into the break at a 0-0 scoreline. Gorilla, I tell you what, this game, living up to the pre-match expectations.
Yeah, I'm not really that surprised that it is 0-0. Obviously, I think Joxan had the best chance of that first half. But, you know, when you're playing the same player numerous of times in practice matches, it's going to go one or two ways. It'll be really open, or the opposite, where you're very passive in the way you play and you're very defensive. I don't think neither of these are really, really defensive. I just think they're a bit more cautious, and I think they're overthinking it a little bit because they've been playing each other so much. One thing I wanted to add onto that as well is if you see that Maxi has CR7 on the left attacking me, but you also see Joxan use him on the right attacking me. So they've obviously got CR7 on the different wing than the other players. So I wonder if that's a tactical thing or just personal preference. But normally I would play CR7 on the right just because I feel like his outside the foot shot is really good. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that's maybe it's a question we can ask him after the game.
Great insight once again from Gorilla. Mbappe down this right-hand side. Look for Cristiano Ronaldo defensively there, just to be pulled out of position. Does win the ball back for Joxan. But again, it's just sort of the second ball seemingly falling for Maxi in this game thus far. Rude Hullet on the edge. Into Johan Cruyff. Look for him to turn. The defensive Hullet does well on the edge of his own box to clear up the danger. And a potential counter-attack on the cards here. Cruyff just peeled away from his man, but decides to recycle, keep the ball tight to his chest. And in the end, possession once again turned over.
I like that Maxi's actually doing elasticos and reverse elasticos, not even in a position where you would want him to do it. It's just, it shows me that he's willing to do skill moves. So even in the middle of the pitch, you know, with maybe like Hulic doing some step overs, it all makes a difference, you know, because it's all well and good just running with the ball with the left thumbstick. But when he's doing elasticos in open space, it really shows me that he's willing to do it. And hopefully in the final third, we'll see him creating a chance.
And again, it's the sort of confidence to do the skill moves. You have to be playing with a certain flair, because when you are sometimes playing with potentially a little bit of nerves, that would affect your gameplay. You might not do the skill moves, you might not take the shots, you'll be overthinking opportunities.
The amount of times it's happened to me in games where I'm just not at it, but then all it takes is for me to go 1-0 up, and the next thing you know, it's like the 10% of my brain's switched on, and I'm actually starting to do skill moves and play a bit more freely. So it's definitely a thing. I think it's just going to take one goal from either player, and we'll see more of an open game. But I think they're both creating decent chances. Yeah, maybe not the shots that we're looking for, but I see Maxi just after the second half whistle the second half start. You got one or two decent chances, especially that inside pass into Cruyff. There was some pockets of space in between the CDM and the centre-back. So, you know, I'm not disappointed in what I'm seeing. Obviously, we'd like to maybe see some goals, but they are creating chances, and I think that's the main thing.
Just a slight pause there in the game from Joxan. Had a little look to see what changes Maxi would be making, and it's substitutions coming onto the pitch. Neymar for Mbappe, and Eusebio entering the field as well for Johan Cruyff. Keep an eye on those two players if they can be a difference maker.
That was Joxan's substitutes, was it?
I believe so, yes. No, Maxi, I think. Yeah, Eusebio there. The defensive.
Okay.
Kevin De Bruyne into R9 Ronaldo on the edge of the box. Fake shot. Attacking the near post. Combination of Hullet and Van Dijk just winning the ball back there. There's a lot of space on the edge of the box for Maxi to attack. Should say for Joxan to attack there. The complexity derby, messing with my brain.
But no, that was a good opportunity, though. I don't think that fake shot was the right move to do. Again, just it reminds me of yesterday, people getting in the right opportunities in the right space. It's just that final third, and I'm sure it'll come. But yeah, it was a decent opportunity there, R9. He could have maybe had a shot, or maybe do a reverse Lasco, something like that, just to maybe create that angle for him. But that was unfortunate from Joxan.
Maxi coming forward here. Rude Hullet linking up with Eusebio. It was the substitutions for Maxi that entered the pitch. Neymar and Eusebio. Reverse Elastico into R9!
There we go.
What a left corner.
There we go. As I said, he's doing reverse Lascos and Elasticos just in the open space. And again, I don't think people kind of pay attention to it. But as I said, it shows me that he's willing to do it. He knows how to do it. And as you've seen, reverse Elastico gives him the opportunity to take the shot. And it's 1-0. He scores that one.
It was Neymar brought off of the bench who sort of the catalyst to that move. He was the person who performed the reverse Elastico. I do have to say, when you do skill moves with Neymar, they just feel smoother. I don't know what it is about, if it's the way that he moves, if it's his body type, but the Elastico and the reverse Elastico, especially with Neymar, just feel so much slicker and smoother.
I think it is his body type. If I'm not mistaken, I think he has like a special body type, or it seems like that is the case in game anyway. But he's just so nimble, so agile, and his left stick dribbling. I mean, I think he has the best dribbling. I think he's the most agile player on the game. Of course, there's obviously small players on the game that are agile, but it's just Neymar's just that extra 5% better, and no one really comes close to him. But it's, not a lot of people do use him in tournaments. There's so many players that you can choose from. So I think for me, he's the best dribbler on the game, no question about it.
Ball turned over there. It was good defensive work from Joxan. Going forward, he's created a couple of chances. The one standout moment of the game for Joxan was that R9 chance, seemingly to an open goal that got put wide by the Brazilian icon. Ferland Mendy down this left-hand side, 10 yards inside Maxi's half here. Plenty of red shirts behind the ball for Maxi. Not making it easy for Joxan to break him down. R9 Ronaldo, Virgil van Dijk a long way out of the centre-back position. Kevin De Bruyne now looking to exploit the space that Van Dijk left. He's back in that back four now. Kevin De Bruyne once again linking up with Ruud Gullit. Couple of step overs into Johan Cruyff. Wait for a skill move. Just no real conviction on the edge of the box.
But yeah, as you just said that, waiting for the skill move, I was going to say, from what I'm seeing from Joxan, and again, he might prove me wrong, and I hope he does, but it doesn't seem like he's loose in the attacking third. I'm not seeing any Elasticos, reverse Elasticos, nothing that's really having to make the defender think. It's a lot of passing and turning, maybe a drag back. And I think it's quite easy to defend, especially when you're in front of the defence and you're not really trying to get in behind and trying to do some nice skill moves to create that space. So I think Maxi will be very pleased with his defensive performance. I think he's been doing quite well, actually, but I think it's quite readable from Joxan. But hopefully the second leg, he's 1-0 down, so hopefully he becomes a bit more loose and we'll see some more skill moves out of Joxan.
One final chance of the half for Joxan. Johan Cruyff, double step over inside the box. Played it back to CR7. Patrick Vieira in the way. And Maxi will take the lead going into the second leg. 1-0. Gorilla, what are your thoughts after that first leg matchup?
I think Maxi tipped it. I think he deserved the win. They both had good chances. I remember when Joxan missed that chance with R9, but even in that last opportunity there from Joxan, just do a reverse Elastico. Obviously, again, it's easier said than done, and me watching the game, but I think a reverse Elastico there, bang, near post, it's 1-1. So we didn't really see any skill moves then, even with Cruyff. He's just done a drag back and passed it in. So I think Maxi will be comfortable knowing that Joxan's not really doing anything special in terms of the skill move side of things. So we'll have to wait and see for the second game, but I think Maxi deserves the lead heading into the second leg.
And this second leg will be coming up very shortly indeed. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss it. Something else you do not want to miss is the Sims Sparked. It's the first ever reality competition show that brings together creativity, entertainment, and competition. And it also celebrates the amazing players of the Sims community. Watch in the United States every Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern/Pacific on TBS. It re-airs every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern Pacific. You can also catch it on the BuzzFeed multiplayer. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that first leg, Gorilla. There wasn't too many to shout about, but this was the big chance for Joksan.
Yeah, he done really well to create a chance. Just waiting to get to the byline. Right thing to do, and done a driven pass into R9, and he's just dragged the shot wide. So he got away with that one. Maxi did, but yeah, it was unfortunate. And in this chance here, the NC, the reverse Elastico, to get into the opportunity, and R9, easy finish. He's never going to miss those.
Yeah, great first leg. It might not have been the most goals, but the entertainment, and I think the main... We often talk about, it's sort of a quote that everyone says, the small margins. But this game is literally decided right now. You've got two players who are playing out of the skin defensively. It's either the moment of magic, reverse Elastico, drag back combination in the final third, or a mistake. If you're in that element right now, how much stress is on you in this game to just be 100% laser focused in this second leg?
I don't think there's too much pressure. I think if you're Maxi, you are relaxed, because not just because he's 1-0 up. Obviously, Joksan had that major chance with R9, but apart from that, I wouldn't have been worried too much defensively if I was playing this game. But I think Joksan, he will have to play a little bit better, especially in the final third. They're both creating chances and doing the right things on the edge of the box. I mean, these are two world-class players, so they know what they're doing. It's just the margins, as you said, is what going to make the difference between these two players. So the final third, get to the edge of the box, and then take your time, do some drag backs, come back a little bit, put out a CDM, bang, bang, 2 passes, and then in behind the CDM, and you got some more space then. So again, easier said than done, but I know these are capable of doing something special. So I'm excited to see what happens in the second leg. 1-0 to Maxi.
And we just saw there from the start of the game, a couple of changes being made by Joksan as soon as the ball had even been kicked off. He was into the instructions and having a little play around with some of the defensive tactics and instructions on his players. Here we are in the second leg though. It's going to be Maxi kicking from left to right. In the complexity kit, from right to left, it's Joksan who needs to turn this game around if you are a Joksan fan. If you're a complexity fan, well, one of your players will be going through to the losers bracket final. Whether it be Maxi or Joksan. This is Maxi on the attack here. Straight from kickoff. R9 looking for Cristiano Ronaldo. Virgil van Dijk stepped up. Just a quick comment from yourself, Gorilla. You saw the pause straight away. Is that something that you really look too deep into? If you're Maxi, you're thinking, he's having to pause the game already before the ball's even been kicked off. Am I in his head? What is he changing? Chance here, though, for Joksan. Johan Cruyff on the edge of the box. But what are your thoughts on that?
I personally wouldn't look too much into it. Maybe it's just a situation, maybe he forgot, or he wanted just to double check his instructions. I did see that his striker is on drift wide, which is a very interesting player instruction to have, especially when you're only playing with one striker. Obviously, he's used to it at the moment, but if I'm Maxi, I'm not really looking into it that much. You just got to focus on your game, carry on how you was playing from the first leg. And if you do notice things in game and you maybe something's changed from the first leg, then yeah, maybe pause it yourself, have a think, and maybe trying to change something to counter it. But I don't think anything's changed too much, and I personally would be looking too much into it.
Cristiano Ronaldo isolating Kylian Mbappe in quite a wide area there. Mbappe very defensive for Maxi. Ferland Mendy now into Johan Cruyff, looking to build up through the thirds. Is Joksan, R9 Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, R9! Virgil van Dijk with a big toe, just to stab it away from danger.
And you see how that chance got created. Maxi was pulling out his Kante, and the space was so open. And again, I think Maxi needs to keep an eye on that so he doesn't do that again, because he nearly conceded. That was a great opportunity for Joksan. Unfortunately, Van Dijk got in their way just before he could get the shot away. But keep an eye on both CDMs and you'll see what I mean. If one of them's dragging them out, the space opens so quick, and before you know it, they're inside your box. So it's something to keep an eye out.
Right, loose pass there from Vieira out of the back for Joksan. Gives Maxi possession high up the pitch here. R9 Ronaldo, again pulling Vieira a long way out from centre-back. Can Maxi capitalise on this? Ruud Gullit into Johan Cruyff. Offside trap played by Joksan just to centralise his team. Kevin De Bruyne stealing the ball back and turning over possession yet again. There's been a lot of possession turnovers in this game. There's been a lot of sort of loose passes as well. Two players playing at the real pinnacle of their powers right now. Joksan into R9 Ronaldo with Ruud Gullit, but it's again defended by Van Dijk.
Van Dijk is the best centre-back on the game. I feel like he has to be in the team, and obviously alongside someone of personal preference, even if you don't like Van Dijk. And there's been times where me and him have just not clicked in game. You just got to use him. He's just unbelievable. He's always there, it seems. He just has everything. I think as well, one thing I wanted to add, when Maxi's attacking, I think it was similar to Friday in one of the games as well, is he always has one CDM open in the attacking third, which is very important because then it makes one of Yoxan's CDM pushes out for the space. But yeah, he's always got that one CDM open, and it's creating a lot of problems for Yoxan in the attacking third.
Johan Cruyff here on the edge of the box, finally getting away from Virgil van Dijk. Potential of a foul there on the edge of the box. The referee let it go, and Virgil van Dijk got the benefit of the doubt.
Did you see what I mean there, though? He's done a fake shot, and I think a lot of players, including myself, we've done a reverse elastico, maybe a fake shot stop, something of sorts, but it was just too predictable. And even if it's not predictable, it's very easy to intercept because it was such a sharp turn. A reverse elastico would have given him a better chance to get a shot away. And yeah, Yoxan's got away with that one, but he's not doing anything in the final third that's making me think he's gonna score, to be honest. He's getting some good opportunities, but he needs a bit more than that to break down Maxi's defence.
So you'd probably say just the creativity in the final third. A man who can provide that creativity, Kevin De Bruyne, only running as far as Ferland Mendy. Is that mainly due to the skill moves, or is that potentially just, again, Maxi defensively has been very, very good. Ruud Gullit here linking up with R9, a chance to show some of that creative juice in the final third. R9 turning, left stick dribbling, back into R9 on the left-footed shot, but again, it just wasn't a 75-80% chance of going in. He's on the turn, he can't generate power, and it looks, I'm going to say it, a little bit desperate from Joxan.
I think, going back to your original question, I think Maxi's defence is really good, but Yoxan is getting chances. That's not the problem. He is creating those chances, and Maxi actually has a really good chance here. If he played that inside a bit earlier, there we go, near post, and it's 2-0. And that is the difference, taking your chances.
Cracking finish from Johan Cruyff at that near post, putting Maxi 2-0 up here. Coming into the game, you could potentially say a slight underdog playing on an unfamiliar console. A lot of people in the Club World Cup said Joxan potentially carried Maxi to that trophy. Maxi silencing those critics right now. 2-0 lead. Coming up on 45 minutes left to play here. Joxan needs, and I stress the word needs, to do something different in the final third. Mbappe out wide. Cristiano Ronaldo tracking. Nice little drag back into Zambrotta. Look for the opening into Johan Cruyff. The pass just was closed very, very quickly, and Gorilla Maxi taking his opportunities when they come.
Yeah, and again, as you've seen, I know it sounds like I'm always trying to say something about Yoxan, but I just want to see some attacking flair. You know, he's got this final tournament. He's a top player. I know he's capable of doing it. In that situation with Cruyff, it was just a normal A pass, and it was just too easy to intercept for Maxi. So again, if I'm Maxi and into the second half, I won't be changing anything. But if I am Yoxan, I'll probably go 4-4-2, press on heavy touch, just trying to force a mistake out of Maxi, because you need a goal before the 65th, 70th minute just to give you that chance, maybe taking it into extra time. But so far, so good from Maxi. Again, both teams creating good opportunities. Just that final third, I think Maxi is tipping it, just with the bit more flair and a bit more patience into the open space.
We had the POV of Joxan there at half-time. Doesn't look like anything drastic in terms of the changes at half-time. Still sticking by his guns. He's getting into the opportunities. He's getting into the little spaces, but it's just that final cutting edge, that pass, that skill move to create the 90-95% chance for Joxan. Can he find a cutting edge here in the final 45 minutes? If not, it will be the final 45 minutes of his FIFA 20 season. R9 inside the box, beautiful turn,
nice.
And that's what he needed. That is what he needed, Gorilla.
Nice. And again, 5 minutes in, that was a massive, massive goal. Nothing fancy, no reverse elasticos, but that's fine. Left stick dribbling, though, as I mentioned yesterday, very important. And R9 is very, very good at that. Just create that chance, played it into R9, which is a dangerous position on the back of Van Dijk, in front of him, sorry. And it's very, very hard to defend that because it's a 50-50. You've got to guess one way. And he's gone to Ronaldo's weak foot. And obviously that 5-star weak foot, he's never going to miss from there.
Straight out of the gate, Joksan coming flying. However, Maxi looking to reinstate that 2-goal lead. R9 Ronaldo, near post shot, stings the hands of Van der Sar. And just nodding it back into the goalkeeper's clutches there is Joksan.
That is a goal. If he reverse elasticos with Cruyff there, in my opinion, that is a goal. I don't think he meant to pass it to Ronaldo. Maybe it was a decision before he turned inside and it's just overlapped his judgment. But again, if he does a reverse elastico, I think that's a goal from Maxi there from kickoff.
And if this game, there's one takeaway from this entire match, it's learn the reverse elastico.
Yeah, it's a very good skill move.
Van Dijk does well to come across. 30 minutes remaining here. Losers bracket semi-final matchup between Joksan and Maxi. To stress the importance of this game, if you win this match, you're in a top 3 finish, guaranteed $5,000. If you lose this, finito, goodbye, turn the PlayStation off. It's the end of your FIFA 20 season. Kevin De Bruyne into Johan Cruyff, centre of the pitch. And again, the slow build-up, looking to prove pivotal in this matchup for Joksan. R9 Ronaldo into Cruyff, just a little rush from Cruyff.
It'll be interesting to see what Joksan does now. He's got that goal, which is vital. You got 25 minutes to go. Someone's cued a pause, so it'll be interesting to see what both players do. Maybe Maxi will go a bit more defensive, as we saw yesterday in one of the matchups. So maybe 4-4-2, maybe go out more attacking. But
that's class.
It's game over, I think.
World class from Johan Cruyff. Inside the box, he created the opportunity down this left-hand side through Ferland Mendy and Cristiano Ronaldo. Works the ball back inside, and Cruyff had acres around him. Coming from camp and smashed it into the back of the net. You spoke very, very happily earlier on in the weekend about Johan Cruyff's impact on the game, Gorilla, picking up the space and a fantastic finish.
Yeah, he's very, very versatile. With the 5-star, there's a lot of players that do have it, R9, Neymar, but I think this prime moment's Cruyff is just unbelievable. It's very hard to pick between him and Neymar, but I think I'd have to go with Neymar just because I've used him for the whole of the FIFA, and obviously his prime moments have been out for a few months. So for me, this Cruyff is, you got to find him in the team somewhere, so you got to use him.
Would you say he's a little bit wasted as a wide cam?
Yeah, I think so. I think the wide cams are occupied, in my opinion, by CR7 and Mbappe. They're kind of the go-to for me. I mean, CR7's a dead sir. You can't not have him on the field, and you can't really use him down the middle because of his 4-star weak foot. So I think CR7 on the wings are 100% for me. And it's just coming down to personal preference. You get something different with Cruyff, and you get something different with Mbappe. It just all comes down to personal preference and what you're looking for your winger.
Joksan needs a reply here if he wants to get back into this game. 20 minutes to go. Complexity Maxi leading 3-1 here. After that cracking strike from Johan Cruyff to reinstate the 2-goal cushion for Maxi VIP.
Now, if I'm Maxi, I'm just keeping the ball. And I'm saying to myself, don't concede before 80, then don't concede before 85, and then before you know it, you've got 5 minutes to keep 2 goals. Just keep the ball when you get it, if you get it, before Joksan scores. Now it's a good opportunity now for Maxi just to kill the game a little bit. Yes, obviously Joksan's going to get the ball again, but limit the time that he has to get 2 more goals. So when he gets the ball, I would like him to switch to his fullbacks if he can, and just keep the ball, not have any attacking intent, and just keep the ball, kill the game off a little bit. 12 minutes to go, and I'll be disappointed from Maxi's point of view if he does concede 2 goals now with just 12 minutes to go.
You see attacking fullbacks put on there from the D-pad, and also team press implemented by Joxan. 2 goals required in 10 minutes to force us to extra time. It's a huge ask for Joxan, but if there's anybody from North America to perform such a comeback and such a feat, it would be this man right here on the screen. Johan Cruyff into Zambrotta, looking back for Cruyff. Hullet does well defensively. Cruyff goes down under the tackle. And if you're Maxi as well, Gorilla, are you thinking, right, Maximin, he's got 2 more attacks. Just defend 2 more attacks, and I'm there.
Honestly, I'd say 1 more attack. Worst case scenario, if he plays it right, Joxan gets 1 more attack. Best case scenario for Maxi, he doesn't score, but, you know, worst case, he scores, he gets kick off, he keeps the ball, it's game over. So now Joxan has the ball, but he's going to have to rush it. Problem with that is you don't really make a decision on where you want to pass it, and most likely Maxi's probably going to intercept it. But I think it's game over now. I'll be very, very shocked if Joxan does pull 2 goals out of this last 3 minutes.
Mendy down this left-hand side. Looking to create a little bit of late drama here. Losers bracket semi-finals. Hullet with a loose pass, and Maxi in on goal to make it 4. Eusebio buried down on goal. Opens up his body, looks for the near post. Look at Van der Sar.
Honestly, they're the worst moments. When you're one-on-one with the keeper, and it seems like you have about half an hour to decide what you want to do. They look so easy watching, but it's very... it's one of those where you just sometimes mess it up. And I think, you know, maybe he should have shot a little bit earlier across goal. I think he was waiting to see if Joxan was moving his keeper. But there we go. Maxi's won 3-1. I'm very impressed with his performance.
Maxi VIP coming out on top here in the all-complexity matchup. 3 goals to 1. This so-called underdog prevails here in this matchup. Spencer and Mike both predicted a Joxan victory, but it will be Maxi moving on to the losers final. Gorilla, your thoughts on the 2 legs that we just saw?
I'm very, very impressed with Maxi's performance. I was a bit disappointed with Joxan's final third play. I'm not really sure what the reason is. Maybe he's a little bit, you know, rusty today. I'm not sure what the reason is, and I'm sure he'll be aware of his errors in the final third. And again, I'll be the first to say it is very easy watching the game and actually thinking of what to do after the play has happened. And I've been in those situations where you're playing and you're just kind of stuck in a routine and you keep doing the same things. But it's one of those situations where you have a coach, you know, at half time, your coach will tell you, like, do some reverse elasticos, do something. So it's easier said than done. I've been in situations before, like I said, where you get stuck into the routine. But Maxi played really well. I think I would love to see him versus Fiddle. I think that'll be a very, very good game.
Maxi will progress in through the tournament. It's going to be Joxan falling out here at this stage. That's enough from myself and Gorilla. Back over to Jimmy, Spencer and Mike.
Thank you, Richard Buckley and Gorilla. Yes, a big match, big performance from Maxi, who defied the predictors, the analysts, Spencer and Mike, to get the big victory. We got Max with us right now, actually. Going to bring in the winner, who looks cool, calm, and composed. I want to give a big GG to Maxi first and foremost. And secondly, I want to know, what did you have for breakfast? You were absolutely dominant in both legs there.
I mean, I just cracked out a Red Bull before the game, and I played pretty good. I don't know. Joxan, I don't think that was his, like, best performance I've ever seen from him. He's usually a lot better than that. I don't know. Now I think, like, after beating him, though, I have a lot of confidence left. So I think I should at least make the final now.
I love the confidence, Max. Obviously, you know you've got the lower bracket route to the final, which is obviously very possible. We've seen people do it before. It just means you've got to keep winning. When you look over to the other teams, or the other players, I should say, left in the tournament, particularly to the guys who didn't play on the same group as you, the likes of Fiddle, for example, what do you think about that potential matchup? Have you seen anything from him on the first day that makes you think that he could be a challenge?
Well, the big thing with this tournament is I'm pretty good friends with, like, everyone in this. And Fiddle, Joxan, Squirrel, Tigre, I hope I'm not forgetting anyone, but Guzika as well. Like, we're all, like, pretty good friends, and we talk almost every day. So playing Fid will be like, I don't know, it's like another friend versus friend matchup. And I know he's really, really good. This is his console as well, so it would be super difficult.
And for the people at home, because you were saying that, hey, that wasn't the best Joxan that we've ever seen. What are the details that you notice that are different in that matchup, where you're seeing the difference between maybe somebody's best package or someone not bringing their A game? Because a lot of times people are watching. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. In his case, I think the final third today, like normally, I think he's the most dangerous player in all of NA in the final third, and he didn't play like to his normal standards. That's what I think.
All right, Maxi. So let's talk about these highlights a little bit, and you walk us through them because obviously you lived them. You were thinking certain things during these times. What was going on in the first leg?
I mean, first leg was a pretty cagey game. I think, yeah, this one right here, he should have scored that. I got lucky that you can see on my face. I was like, okay, I got away with one. This is me on the ball. Yeah, okay. Let me see. I think that was a really nice goal. Like, reverse velocity into the A ball, like, pretty good. Broke him down. A second goal.
Yeah, here in the second leg, you're wearing the navy blue here. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Yeah. Just really good patient buildup from you, Maxi, in particular. I've been really impressed with that throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I got a bit lucky there on the bounce. He read it with the center back, and I got it back. Here, I think it was off kickoff. Yeah, he spun me around. I couldn't do anything about that. Just a really nice goal.
And here's the one to finish it off. Pretty much the nail in the coffin.
This was good build-up. Yeah, I mean, I scored some pretty nice goals. My build-up was really effective and clinical. So, I mean, if I can play like that, I think I can win this whole thing.
Nah, we like your confidence. So now you have whoever loses from Tigre and Fiddle. If you had to play one, who would you prefer? Putting you on the spot.
I honestly, because Fiddle's like a top 3 PlayStation player in NA for sure, and then Tigre always beats me online every qualifier, every tournament. I can't beat that guy for some reason, so I don't really have a preference. You know, either of them I'll have to sweat my life away to beat. So.
All right. Well, best of luck and congratulations again, Maxi.
Thank you, guys.
All right. We have the winners final coming up right after this, everybody. We got through the losers. One player has been sent home. We only have 3 left, but these 2 are going to get after it. FCC Fiddle, yet to lose in this tournament, taking on Timbers Tigre, who is Mr. Clutch so far. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a big one.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air and into the back of the net.
With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner.
The next PlayStation FIFA superstar.
Neymar is in. What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books.
It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Make sure to follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using the hashtag #BuiltToWin for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. All right, everybody, welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series here in North America. We are down to the final day, Championship Sunday. We saw one match already done, Complexity Derby. Maxi goes through to the loser's final. He's going to take on the loser of this game, but we also want to focus on the fact that they're both winners. They've yet to lose so far in this tournament. It's FCC Fiddle versus Timbers Tigre. It should be a tasty affair. But before we go any further, let's get to know a little bit more about FCC Fiddle, because I think he has done some magical things, as I like to say, here in North America. Check it out.
I think the pressure makes me a better player. It makes me expect better things of myself. So when I have pressure on me, I think I tend to exceed.
The volley is a good one. Beautiful.
My name is Gordon Thornsberry. I am 22 years old. I play for FC Cincinnati, and I also go by FCC Fiddle.
Back for Ronaldo. Sensational goal. And it's Fiddle that celebrates first.
I would consider myself an intense player. I like the pressure. I like to hear some fans yelling at you. I think it makes all for a good experience. I would say whenever I step on a stage, I always want to be the one to win. I know there's people watching, whether it be at home or at the event. So I want to win in front of the people. Whenever I build my team, I like all the players to be balanced. I like when every player I can really depend on. If I have one guy that I can't depend on, I feel like it really hinders my game. My favorite skill move this year is the drag back. It's simple, but it gets the job done. The thing I love most about the drag back is the simplicity in it and how much it gets you open for an easy shot. Signing with PSG is my biggest moment because it was my first step into the esports scene. It didn't seem like something that was realistic to me at the time. Once I signed with them, it became real, so I would say that's my most memorable moment so far.
Great ball inside. Ronaldo.
The most memorable goal I ever scored was the one to seal it at League Series 1 in EMLS, which got me my first trophy in the EMLS.
League Series 1. Fiddle takes it.
My first trophy in EMLS was a big burden off my shoulders. I expected myself to win once before that, so to get that first one really felt great. My second EMLS championship at League Series 2 in Portland was a really tough one. I had to beat Diddy Crislito in the first round, and then I went on to a penalty shootout against Remy Martin, who is also a good player. But then the final against Paulo Neto, he's a tough player. He's ranked one of the top 10 in the world, so it wasn't going to be an easy task. I managed to win by 2 goals there and lift my second trophy, but it was not easy.
EMLS League Series 2 champion.
The thing that separated me from other EMLS competitors is once we stepped on that stage, I was the one that refused to lose. You could see me in a shootout, you could see me down 2 goals. I just refused to lose when I stepped up there, so I mean, it was tough to beat me.
Chris passing. Gorgeous football.
I'm looking forward to competing against some of North America's best. It's our last chance to compete this year, so I really want to make sure I go out with a bang.
So we got to hear from the man himself. But Mike, on the outside looking in, what do you really love about Fiddle's game?
Well, I really enjoy his story in general. I mean, we were both there originally when he was discovered from PSG, signed for PSG, but he's a hometown kid. Right when FC Cincinnati joined MLS, he wanted to be a member for EMLS. He got in, he got busy. He's won EMLS League Series 1 and 2 this year. He's been very consistent, and he's one of the players that I would say strikes a little fear to some of the other competitors, especially in North America. For whatever reason, he hasn't necessarily hit that next step internationally. He's been always a top 40, maybe even top 50 player, and that's very subjective depending who you talk to in the world. But in North America, just like we heard from Max, top three. And you just don't want to see him. He gets the job done in tournaments, and he feels confident in those big moments where a lot of people crumble. He does the opposite. He's ready to go. Here, build the cake.
Well, he feels like the favorite in this one, but we can't sleep on Timbers Tigre because he won both of his matches. However, he did it in dramatic style, winning in extra time in the 120th minute in his first match and in penalties in his second match. Spencer, what do you like about his game?
I mean, from a neutral perspective, this guy is a great player to watch. Whether he's winning, whether he's losing, you know the game's going the distance. I don't want to curse it right now and mean that this game's going to be a draw 0-0. I doubt that very much with Tigre playing. I love the fact that he never gives up. I love his ability to clutch up twice, not just once, twice in extra time situation where he had to score and he took one time to win, one time to take it to penalties, you know? That's a real strong mentality. I think he's a consummate pro. I think you can see from his resume that he's been at a lot of events. not gone as far in those events as he would have liked to, but what a way to end that today by taking a North American Championship. He's definitely capable, Jim.
All right, let's bring Tigray now into the conversation. Mr. Ivan Tigray, thank you for joining us. That's first and foremost. Second, you said, we heard you get interviewed yesterday, you were as cool as ice. You don't get excited one way or the other. Penalties, extra time, you stay here the whole time. How do you do that?
Yeah, I'm just a very calm person. I don't tend to get that excited or that angry when things don't go that well. And that's just my personality. And I think it helps me because this game is about patience and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Tigray, question from me. Now, I like to throw the tough questions out there, okay? What would you say to someone, not me, someone else, that said that you and Fiddle were a bit fortunate to go through to the winners bracket? We look at games, and it's equal for both of you. Fiddle came through games where he arguably could have lost, in my opinion. The offside trap against GN10 worked in his favour. He got some goals, and Jocksan, I was unlucky not to score more against him. And then in your games, I mean, I definitely think you deserved the victory, but the fact is that you needed extra time twice. You needed a penalty shootout. You could easily have been in a loser bracket. So what would you say to someone else, again, not me, that says that you might have been lucky to get this far?
Well, he's not lying. I think I got a little bit lucky, but at the end of the day, you need luck to win in this game. So I think I mentally prepared to not need that luck today, and hopefully I can get a good result by playing really well.
And heading into this matchup, you obviously knew that you were going up against Fiddle, coming from separate groups. Did you do any additional research or preparation? Because there's so much content, especially from this year, with Fiddle and his gameplay and some of his tendencies.
Yeah, I just watched his games against Jackson, but that's it. I actually haven't played Fiddle for a long time. I think the last time was like 2 years ago when he was an Xbox player. So I don't really know what to expect. Our playstyle has changed. The game has changed. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will definitely see what happens, and we wish you the best of luck, Tigray. Buena suerte, amigo.
Thank you.
All right, there's Tigray. Now let's get to you guys' predictions. Mike, I went to you first, so it's Spencer's turn to go first. I'm putting you on the hot seat. Fiddle or Tigray?
I'll tell you one thing, Jim. These North Americans are great at the tough questions. They handle them. They've been media trained from a young age. I don't know what it is. It's all the ESPN or something. I don't know. But anyway, I would say both of these players have been part of my two favourite games of this whole series so far in terms of entertainment. So I'm very much looking forward to this game. If I look at the games they've played so far, I feel like Fiddle... it's a tough one, you know. It's the hardest prediction I've had to do this weekend. I was going to say, I think Fiddle, for me, I think he excels his North American tournaments, and I really think that his name might be on the trophy already. So it's tough, and I love Tigray because I think he's a top lad, but I'm going to go with Fiddle.
All right. Straddling the fence to making a choice. That's the Spencer we know and love. Okay, Mike, your turn. Who are you going with?
I appreciate you for trying to stir the Spencer stew, mix it up. But these guys have been media trained. There's no doubt about that. I've never seen such politically correct answers on deck. And I took Fiddle as my guy to watch, even though I will say this, Spencer and I have been doing really bad on predictions. When we choose an underdog, it's the favorite. When we choose a favorite, it's the underdog. But I can't go against Fiddle here. I think this is his tournament. I've been saying it early on. I took him to win the event. So I'm going to stay consistent with what I predicted.
All right. Like that you guys are on the same team here in your picks, at least on day 3 in Championship Sunday. Now, we asked you guys to join the conversation. I asked you earlier, who do you think is going to win this whole tournament? And you guys hit us up at EA FIFA Esports using the hashtag Summer Cup Series. We told you to get off the GGs on the chat. Hit us up on Twitter. And Spencer, we got somebody. Somebody came up with a prediction.
Yes, Nelson Perez has come up and he says, I think FCC Fiddle is going to win today. Short but sweet is Nelson, straight to the point. He's saying the same thing me and Mike are saying, which is never necessarily a good sign based on the last few days of predictions. But he's in the same camp as us, Jim. He's thinking Fiddle for the win.
Well, good luck to Nelson, Mike, and Spencer on the predictions. Now let's throw it over to our casters for this one, Brandon Smith and Alan Avi. Guys, looking forward to seeing your faces. How are you?
We're doing very well, Jimmy. And yes, we're really looking forward to getting into our second game here on Championship Sunday in North America. What a day to kick things off. And I mean, as a complexity player yourself, Alan, where'd you turn to in that game? Because you've got two good friends battling it out for a chance to stay in Championship Sunday. And unfortunately, it was Joxan that left the competition.
It was a really tough one to watch, right? One competitor was definitely for certain going to be eliminated from the tournament. In this case, it was Jackson. On the other hand, thankfully, we still have a player who has a chance at the first place championship today, $10,000, representing Complexity. But all in all, I feel like these two guys represented Complexity very well throughout the FIFA 20 Global Series. Today, they demonstrated what they're capable of doing. And just what played to Jackson, what played to Maxi. It was a good one.
Well, as you said, that was our loser semi-final. So whoever lost that, unfortunately, now leaves the Summer Cup Series. That was Joxan. Obviously leaves with $2,500. Not too bad at all. And now we're in our winners side of the bracket. So we'll have a look at the teams in just a second to see how these guys are looking coming into this one. But this is a big one because they're both guaranteed $5,000. These two have come through that winners bracket, both in day one. FC Cincinnati's Fiddle got a huge result against Joxan, 5-4 after extra time. He got $5,000 guaranteed. And then Timbers Tigre, as Spencer was alluding to, had to go to extra time twice and won on a penalty shootout against Maxi, who of course still is in the tournament. So different stories, different storylines for how these two got to Championship Sunday. But whatever happens, Alan, they're guaranteed good prize money.
They definitely are. We did see that Tigre yesterday. He had run. Woo, what a save to get things started. I was looking at that good build-up play from Fiddle, already getting things started. But as I was saying, yesterday, Tigre, he managed to come back and win both of his games in extra time. The first game, a 120th minute game winner against Ajit Power. And the second one, he equalized Maxi in the 112 minute, and then he did come out victorious. It just goes to show that Tigre is very good, very clinical in the extra time moments, so Fiddle has to keep that in mind. On the other hand, though, Brandon Fiddle has been dominating. We know what he's capable of doing in the North American scene, especially in online tournaments. He's a player that has won a whole lot of tournaments. And a little fun fact, Tigre has yet to win a championship.
I mean, we spoke about this, didn't we, before we came on the broadcast today, in terms of the four players that were in Championship Sunday, or we should say were, the key word in now, obviously Joxan no longer in Championship Sunday, but Joxan, Maxi, Fiddle, those three players have won championships, whether it's E-Club World Cup, whether it's the EMLS Series 1, Series 2 that we saw Fiddle win as he comes forward now with R9 to try and find a breakthrough in this time, well defended by Tigre. Tigre yet to win a championship, as you said, the only player in that Final Four, but as I said before, it doesn't matter about rankings, it doesn't matter about previous results, it matters about you in Championship Sunday, and this man's already stirred the pot in terms of making big names in North America suffer with defeats in big matches. He made Maxi lose in a $5,000 penalty shootout just yesterday. So this man is, after taking out some of those big names, fingers crossed, he'll be saying to himself, I can go and do the same today, and whoever wins this moves straight into our final. Guarantees themselves another $2,500, and that means $7,500 will be guaranteed. It's sort of like a fast track. You stay along this winner route, you stay along this top half of the bracket on the winner's side. You don't have to drop down to the loser side because you're yet to taste defeat. So this is a really big game. Whoever comes out on the aggregate scoreline over the two legs moves straight into that grand final. And it'll be the loser going up against Maxi VIP of Team Complexity to decide who else will book a place in that grand final.
Exactly. Tigre is here for a reason. Not only is he trying to represent himself, he's trying to represent Mexico. He's the only Mexican competitor at the moment in the final top four of this Summer Cup Series North American edition. Definitely he has something to prove. As we've seen in his interviews, he wants to be known as one of the best players. But we do see the first goal of this game from FC Cincinnati's Fiddle with Johan Cruyff. We have seen that Fiddle loves to score a lot of goals with that Johan Cruyff. What a play from Fiddle.
I mean, forget Fiddle. North America loves Johan Cruyff, and Johan Cruyff once again scoring goals and introducing himself to the Summer Cup Series. Day 1, day 2, day 3, it doesn't matter what day it is in the week. I can guarantee one thing, that man's in the box. He's going to be scoring goals, and Johan Cruyff breaks the deadlock for Fiddle, and that's one thing I absolutely love about Fiddle. The passion, the emotion, every single time he scores a goal. He could be at home, he could be on a LAN event, he could be on a big stage somewhere. you're guaranteed to see those same sort of celebrations, Alec.
For sure. Fiddle exceeds under pressure. He said it in the interview. There's something about Fiddle where when he's under pressure, he's playing at a competitive tournament for a lot of money, for a trophy. He just turns up. A fire inside him is ignited. He just loves these big moments. He doesn't crumble under pressure. We can see he's out here applying so much pressure to Tigre. Tigre really couldn't stop his attack. I believe Fiddle scored his like 3rd shot on target, you know.
Well, it has been all Fiddle. Could be Fiddle again here. He's R9. Watch that back post. There could be an option. Plays the ball into R9 and Edwin van der Sar off his line to collect the danger. But it was something we spoke about yesterday, Alan. And that was the team choice for Tigre. Because he hasn't got Vieira in at centre-back, the usual sort of, if not centre-back, you'd say CDM option that many pros will back and many pros will use. We're also seeing Wissam Ben Yedder as an option in his cam. So, no Eusebio starting in this game. It's just a couple of interesting choices that we've seen from Tigre that no one else is used in the Summer Cup Series. Forget North America. I mean, across all the 5 different regions we've watched so far.
Very unorthodox team selection from Tigre. He's using players, like you mentioned, like Danilo, who just played the ball to Mbappe there. He's here for a reason. It's been working out for him. That's the interesting thing about playing FIFA. Everyone has their own play style. Some people may not agree with the team selection that Tigre made, but like I said, he already secured himself $2,500, actually $5,000 with the unorthodox team that he's using. He did mention that he's using Ribéry because he thinks he's one of the best attacking players on FIFA 20 because of his high work rates, how good he dribbles. However, though, if I was Tigre, I wouldn't be using those players. I'd stay true to what everyone's using. Eusebio, Johan Cruyff, because there's a reason why the majority of the pro players are using those players.
There certainly is when they've been scoring big goals that we've seen across the first couple of days here in North America. As we said, though, by the end of play today, someone will bag themselves $10,000 alongside picking up that championship status or being the Summer Cup Series champion. Here's R9. It's just one from Fiddle. 2 minutes before the end of the first half, and that could have been 2-0 for the FC Cincinnati man.
The 4th official has indicated there will be a minimum.
Brilliant chance. Just flashed wide of the left-hand post. Certainly has been the stronger of the two in this half, and he really had to be critical. Could have easily had 2 goals.
Definitely. 1-0 at the end of halftime. We're going to have to see if Timber Tigre does anything. As we can see, it's all FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. 3 shots in total registered and 0 shots for Timbers Tigre. I want to see if Tigre is going to be changing any of his tactics, any of his formations, any of his players, or if he's just going to get straight back into the game. I think it's still early, right? Keep on playing your play style. Don't really change that many things because it's barely the first leg. We're about to enter the second half of it. He's only down by 1 goal. There's still a lot of FIFA to play.
It certainly is, Alan. Plenty of FIFA to play here. Just see Fiddle having a word with himself to ensure he's in the right zone. It's been the perfect half from him. He's had 3 chances, 3 shots in goal, but only 1 goal to show for it. But it's better than nothing. A player that has been everywhere this year. Just dominating those EMLS tournaments. Remember last year it was All-Star that was clearing up the scene over in North America, and this time it was Fiddle up until those finals where he got a top 8 finish, and it was George Adame, New York Red Bulls, that went the full way. And sure, he picked up the trophy. What is it about the MLS, Alan, in terms of, we sort of see this pattern in terms of players who are good and who dominate across the global scene. Chance now for Tigre, great save for a corner, but you know, last year we saw All-Star pretty much win everything. I mean, other than the finals, we saw Fiddle win two of the series.
Yeah, the EMLS has top-class players in the North American region, best of the best. I was once in there and now play for Team Complexity. I can definitely show you guys that the EMLS is very competitive. You do see that Fiddle's one of the players amongst the EMLS rosters. Dual stuff has been in the, like you said, we may not be seeing him right now at the moment of these tournaments, and that's because the meta changes. Every FIFA has a different meta. You guys don't know what meta means. The most effective tactic available, the play style, the gameplay changes, and that's something about Fiddle. Fiddle has been able to adapt to basically every FIFA that he has played so far competitively. He's won a tournament, FIFA 18, the Gfinity Cup in Orlando. I was a part of that tournament. I seen Fiddle lift that trophy. FIFA 19, he made it to the top 8 of the FUT Champions Cup. FIFA 20, we did see, you know, that he won 2 League Series events in the EMLS. So Fiddle has been ascending. He's been growing confidently in his game play, his game style. We probably haven't been seeing it a lot on the global stage, but, you know, he's getting there.
Tigre still trying to find his first shot in the game. Could be a chance. Didn't last for too long. Sergio Ramos back there. That's one thing that both of these two have in common. The air is not part of the back line. We may be in a CDM role for Fiddle in this one. It's not in that newly formed position that many pros will back. The French defensive midfielder in. Free kick just 26 yards out. This is Tigre. One shot, unfortunately, went high and wide. What can he do here? The Mexican pro, the only one left in the Summer Cup series. Looking to bring back this trophy for the Mexican community. Cristiano Ronaldo tried to play that little double tap pass. It's a really effective way of getting the ball into your striker, isn't it, Alan? Especially those players that are like Cruyff and R9. If you can just double tap X or double tap triangle, sort of find the deep pass into their feet. And when these guys have got 5-star weak foots, an unbelievable in-game stats. On the half volley, these finishes are deadly.
Yes, definitely. The double tap passing technique is very effective. I highly recommend everyone watching to implement the double tap pass into their own game play in FUT Champions, Division Rivals, FUT Draft, whatever game mode it may be. All you have to do is double tap the triangle button if you're trying to play a bouncing through ball. If you're trying to play a normal standard pass to the feet, just double tap the X button on PlayStation 4. Very effective. Definitely opens up space. Plays it over the defenders. And right there, Fiddle again with Mr. Johan Cruyff. The drag back, the quick turn. Fiddle showing the emotion. He is up by 2. I'm telling you, Fiddle's very dangerous in the box. With the likes of a player like Johan Cruyff, R9, it can be very difficult for Tigre to come back. But definitely, we've seen that Tigre has been capable of making some amazing comebacks.
There we have it, Fiddle with a brace. Johan Cruyff proving his worth once again in the final third and finding the back of the net once again in this first leg. A perfect first leg it's been from Fiddle. And the key differences are that Fiddle's created chances and Tigre hasn't. That is as simple as it is. Look at the stats at the end of the game and that will tell you everything you need to see.
Fiddle's defense is just very strong. That's what makes Fiddle such a successful player, especially on FIFA 20. I feel like he definitely has been very comfortable, not only attacking, but defending. You were mentioning this yesterday. Defense wins games. And then if you have a strong attack on top of that, you're going to definitely be a very successful FIFA player. We're seeing that right now.
Fiddle wants 3. Fiddle wants more goals. He might get one here. He'll hit into R9. Forget R9. It's Cristiano Ronaldo this time. And I know R9 will join in for the celebration. A huge C. Because that makes it 3, and that's 3 goals within 1 leg. Forget 2 legs, Alan. 3-0 up. I mean, he's pretty much closed out the tie in leg number 1 with still 11 minutes left.
The absolute scenes. Fiddle showing how confident he already is on day number 3, Championship Sunday. He doesn't need the warm-up game. He doesn't even need a half to get used to the sticks, the controller, sort of find his flair. He's showing how motivated he is to win the championship game. We do see that Tigre is making some very interesting tactical adjustments. He's going to the 4-3-1-2, a variant of the 4-1-2-1-2, very similar formations. Maybe it wasn't working out for Tigre playing with the wide formation like the 4-4-1-1 that he liked to play throughout the tournament, 4-2-3-1. I feel like now he's going to try to play at the center of the pitch, some tiki-taka, and hopefully break down Fiddle's strong defense. And that's exactly why Tigre is changing his formations, because he simply just cannot get through Fiddle's defense. You have to try different things if one thing isn't working out.
You need to be able to constantly change and adapt to your surroundings in a match, because you're 3-0 down. This is a situation that Tigre has not been in before. He's had really tight affairs, especially in day 2. He went to extra time across 2 different legs. If that doesn't tell you enough about his results. 2-1 victory against Ajit Power yesterday in his first game of the day. And it was a 3-3 matchup. But he was never 3-0 down, Alan. He's never been in this predicament in the Summer Cup Series as of yet. But Fiddle has made things difficult. He's came out firing in Championship Sunday. And it's the perfect start. Really impressive. 3-goal cushion. Probably wants one more if he can. Why not? He's made it look so easy. Oh no. And he gets one of those fresh legs that have just come onto the pitch. Eusebio or Mbappe. Added time of just 2 minutes left it. Timbers Tigre. Needs a coach, needs a friend, needs something to... Someone, I should say, to talk to there, because that has not been a leg to remember. And if his camera doesn't tell you what you need to know, I don't know what will, because he's not happy with that. A performance where, what can he honestly say? And Alan, 3-0 down, many pros would say, that's game over.
He still has a lot of FIFA to play. Tigre does. We have seen some major comebacks. 3-0, you can see it as a big lead, but honestly, whenever we're talking FIFA, you can definitely come back. It's just a matter of you finding an early goal. If Tigre in this upcoming second leg can find an early goal in the first half, I feel like he will sort of spark some life into a comeback. We did see yesterday, Villamor almost made that comeback against Maxi. Maybe he can replicate it, but this time finish it off.
If you have been wondering what the Summer Cup Series is, of course, as we said, lots of action has been going on. It's been a 23-day tournament process. It's with over $228,000 in prize money. We've been to Europe, we've been to Oceania, we've been to South America. We've just come off the back of Asia, and now we are closing out North America at the end of play today, finding our 5th champion of SIT. If you're loving what you're enjoying so far, make sure you stay tuned here on Twitch TV/EA Sports FIFA or footchampions.com, because we're going to be going again next weekend with our final tournament of the Summer Cup Series as we go over to Middle East and Africa, where we're going to be seeing the 2018 World Cup champion MS Tesoro there, alongside some other huge names from that region. But as we said, before we go there, we have to find today's champion. And one of those players that wants to be today's champion is going to be FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. And let's look back on that first leg, Alan, because what a first leg it was. You'd probably go out and say the best performance in an individual leg we've seen from Fiddle in this tournament.
And now what a time for this performance. If he wins this game, he secures a place in the grand final today, $7,500 as well. We do see Tigre had a chance right there. Van der Sar making a big save for Fiddle, but then it was Fiddle again coming in strong inside the box, but none other than Johan Cruyff. Fiddle's probably going to buy a big portrait of Johan Cruyff after this tournament, hanging it right on top of his bed frame. And then right here, the final goal for Fiddle to make it 3-0 with Cristiano Ronaldo. Look at the emotion, the passion on Fiddle. He came to play. He's ready.
I mean, the obvious question, I think, to ask you as a pro, Alan, you've been in situations, you've been in games against Fiddle where, let's just say, a few goals have been scored. How do you pull yourself back in a second leg? You're 3-0 down. Is it a case of a change my formation, a change my custom tactics, my depth's going to be higher? What's going through your mind as a pro?
So right now, Tigre is down by 3 goals. It's the final leg. The game just started. If I was Tigre, I'd play the formation that I feel most comfortable with attacking. That doesn't mean to go constant pressure, play a high depth, I would wait. I would wait until maybe the second half or like the 35th minute to then start applying more pressure, constant pressure after every touch. We do see Tigre with the great chance. And he does not capitalize. That was such a close chance. If he would have scored that, that would have changed the entire complexity of the game. But if I was Tigre right now, I definitely would just try my very best to find a goal nice and early in the first half of this leg. But if not, definitely going to have to turn on that constant pressure, team press.
Well, that was a chance that we've been waiting over 90 minutes to see from Tigre. The best one he's been able to create. It only took 3 minutes within this second leg. Clearly you can see those attacking changes he's made, but cliche or not, the first goal will be everything. Because whichever way it goes, whichever way the game swings, it honestly could dictate the rest of this one. R9 into Cruyff, back to R9 again, half a drag back, R9 just over the bar from Fiddle and just inches away from finding that stanch area in the goal in the right top corner for Fiddle.
I want to know if Tigre is going to bring in Hullet, if he's going to make any substitutions, because in the first leg, so he does have full in midfield. I want to see if he brings in Johan Cruyff. He did sub out Ben Yedder in the first leg and then brought in Johan Cruyff. I just want to know what tactical adjustments we will be seeing from Tigre. It's kind of too early right now to take a look at it, but he definitely needs something if he wants to come back into the game.
Well, we saw him last game, Alan, when he went 2-0 down. He went into a 4-1-2-1-2, a narrow formation, which allows you to attack with sort of speed and pace and to keep it down the centre of the field where you do have two strikers, and those two strikers can be R9, they could be R9 and Cruyff, it could be R9 and Ben Yedder. What is it about sort of that 4-1-2-1-2 for some players that they like changing into when they need to score goals? Chance now, here's Ben Yedder, well defended by FC Cincinnati's Fiddle.
The 4-1-2-1-2 narrow definitely is a completely different formation to the 4-2-3-1 in terms of how to attack, in terms of how your players move. Definitely it offers a lot of different chances. Would you see a great chance from here from Fiddle? He nearly made the fourth goal right there. What a save from Van der Sar. But definitely the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, I used to play that formation before I discovered the 4-2-3-1. But it just offers a lot of attack. You do have the two strikers in that cam to work with, a lot of 1-2 play, a lot of triangles, quick passing, quick movements. Definitely something that Tigre needs to be implementing right now. He needs to try something different because right now Fiddle, he's been locking up the wide formations that Tigre has been using, and it seems as if Fiddle is also knowing how to stop the 4-1-2-1-2. There's just nothing Tigre can counter Fiddle with right now at the moment.
Tigre is looking quite good in this final third. He's got to get the ball into one of those key attackers in the box. Get the ball off on. Get him to be making those natural AI movements. Ben Yedder goes for half a drag back, tries to angle up a shot, and Sergio Ramos just chasing him down for Fiddle. Wins the ball back, a long ball forward. Position changes hands once again as Virgil van Dijk picks up the ball. He's got to get the first goal, Tigre. It goes without saying. Actually not starting Franck Ribéry today as well. He's a player that got the nod in the starting 11 for Tigre previously. Pull it.
See what Fiddle's doing right now, he's just holding the ball. But this is actually Tigre. Tigre's doing really, really good at holding the ball. That finesse shot just wasn't a characteristic type shot from De Bruyne. I'm surprised that it went wide. But I like what Tigre's doing right now. He's not forcing his play. He's down by 3, but he's just not sending through balls forward to his two strikers. He's keeping possession on top of Fiddle's box, trying to create the open space to find a goal in. He's playing much better attacking play, I would say, in the second leg.
As we said, whoever wins this goes straight into our grand final today, which means another $2,500 bagged and guarantees a $7,500 just for making it to the grand final. And also, you've got that winner's advantage. We'll come on to that a little bit more later when we get into the grand final, but as anyone knows, a double elimination bracket and how that works if you're going through the loser side, you have to win 2 individual series of 2-legged games Chance back inside to De Bruyne. It's another perfect block. Keeper's off his line, and Edwin van der Sar, for the first time in this game, who's called upon, is able to collect that one for FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. And I mean, nothing's changed, Alan. Nearly 40 minutes played here, and the scoreline still remains the same. Fiddle 3-0 up. Surely you'd have to be saying for Tigre. Chance goes across. That's got to be a goal, and you can see how disappointed Fiddle is there. He's saying Cristiano Ronaldo, that's on a plate for you. You've got to be scoring that.
Cristiano Ronaldo, out of all people, missing that header. Fiddle definitely is going to be very unhappy about that one, but he does have a chance right here, but well defended from Tigre.
I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was Ronaldo, but I remember perfectly early this year I think it was a FUT Champions Cup. Similar scenarios like that. And the ball's in the air and you think it's a simple header, but I don't know why, I don't know how, but Cristiano Ronaldo, how do you expect to do well there? Just the leap he's got above any defender. Should be front of the back of the net. Last chance at half now for Tigre. Pull it. Now to Cristiano Ronaldo. He's up on side. Can he get the ball down the byline? Can he work the chance inside? Hullet. Chance back to Ben Yedder. There's a goal. And there's a little bit of hope in the mind of Tigre. That's a must-needed goal.
And there you have it, people questioning why Ben Yedder is indeed a starting 11. That right there is the reason, my friends. He just scored a very big, important goal for Tigre, and he can probably score the second one right here before the halftime whistle. It would be a very game-changing goal if Tigre manages to do so, but it is not going to be possible. Tigre, though, that goal right there from Ben Yedder was so big. Now what Tigre needs to do in the second half is score a nice and early goal. He is using the 4-4-1-1, as we can see, and he's subbing out the goal scorer, Ben Yedder, Neymar in. That's a very good addition. Neymar does offer the 5-star skill moves that Ben Yedder doesn't. Balance, as we can see right there. So right now, he's not going team press. He's not going constant pressure. Definitely what I explained earlier on, that Tigre doesn't have to do that just yet. Just play your game. Try to find that second goal. Then maybe towards the 70th minute, 75th minute, 80th minute, then apply that constant pressure if you don't manage to get the equalizer before then.
I mean, one question to you, Alan, is you've been in these sort of situations before. You're 3-0 up, then you concede. In your mind, what are you thinking on both sides here? In your losing position, you've just scored, you're 3-1 down, or if you're 3-1 up in a winning position, what's going through your mind on both sides?
For Fiddle right now, definitely, he still has some cushion. He knows that. However, though, he knows that if he concedes, this game is going to get very annoying to see out. We all know how it is to be up by 3 goals, right? And then your opponent comes back and scores 2 goals and just 1 goal down for making that crazy comeback. It just feels sort of scary, to say the least, right, as a player with the lead in those situations. But if I was Fiddle right now, I feel like he's going to just try to play his game still at the moment. He's not going to go drop back. I don't think so. He's still going to be looking for some goals. And like we said, Tigre, just play your game. Try to score the second goal. And, you know, if it becomes too late, you're going to have to make some tactical adjustments, go constant press.
We said the first goal was going to be massive. Tigre, pull it. Chance, finds R9. Is he onside? No, he wasn't. He was just too keen. Fiddle for a split second just had his hand up there and he was sort of panicking, saying, Lino, surely he's offside. And lucky enough, he was on that occasion.
And the thing is, Brandon, I feel like Fiddle has the mindset of a champion 100%. He's shown what he can do this FIFA. So I feel like we can't rule him out right now. I feel like he definitely knows what he's doing. However, though, it doesn't mean that Tigre is completely out of it. We've seen that Tigre has made amazing comebacks in this North American Summer Cup series. It's all to play for, definitely. This second goal, this upcoming goal that we're probably about to see is going to be very important. And we do see
into R9! And that's what he needed. To put the game back in his hands, to control the matchup. When he felt like his back was against the wall, when Tigre was getting chances here and there, the best way to reply is get that ball straight back down the other end. Get it into R9, get it into Cruyff. And more importantly, get it into the back of the net. 4 goals to 1. And you have to say, game, set and match with 30 minutes left. FC Cincinnati's Fiddle is once again making waves in North America.
Very big goal from Fiddle there. Now it's looking very tough for Tigre to come back into this game. Now is the time for Tigre to actually make some tactical adjustments. Maybe play a 3 at the back formation. A lot of pros, including myself, have been using the 4-4-2 constant press, team press. That formation is very good if you're trying to pressure your opponent. Definitely, Tigre needs to do something tactically if he wants to maybe come back in the game.
Bullet on. The chance there for Fiddle. Sorry to cut you off there, Alan. As you said, plenty of opportunity to make an attacking change. R9 just ducking and diving in the box, trying to find a shot away. But with 20 minutes left in a game like this, you need 3 goals, Alan. This is time to throw the kitchen sink here. This is time to throw everything forward, get your depth forward, get constant pressure on, because you'd rather go out and say, you know what, I gave it a go in the last 20 minutes, compared to sitting back and still losing with the same scoreline.
Definitely, we do see that little adjustments right there, bottom right-hand side. He did tell his fullbacks to join the attack, so we can see that Tigre is going a little bit more forward. He's pushing all of his men forward. What a great inverse elastico, great opportunity here. Well defended from Fiddle. And that's the thing, Fiddle just isn't phased. That Tigre scored a goal, probably sparking up a little comeback. He wasn't phased at all. He continued to attack, and he found that 4th goal. A big goal that he needed. You see Tigre right now thinking. He's going into his tactical menu. There it is, guys. Press after possession loss. Very, very high depth. He's basically throwing every player forward to hopefully get some goals in.
Well, I mean, if we're being completely honest, Alan, after that first leg finished and the score was 3-0 to Fiddle, you're already walking on a tightrope. And if you concede a goal early on, you know, you're falling off the tightrope and you're 4-0 down and you're probably going down to that loser matchup. You must say, for Tigre, although he looks like he's about 50 minutes away from losing in this winner's side of the bracket, he will still be in the tournament. He will get a second chance, and guess who he's playing? It's his good old friend. It's Maxi. 3rd time.
I can definitely assure you guys that these 2 competitors are very good friends. Fiddle and Maxi, very good friends. I've seen them support one another on Twitter, like Maxi said in his interview. It's just another friend versus friend matchup. They definitely probably know each other's play style. Definitely wouldn't doubt that they've played a lot of matches of FIFA to become the players that they are right now. So it's going to be an interesting one. And also, Brandon, it goes to show how important it is to, like, not concede a whole lot in the first leg. It shows how important that first leg is, because if it probably wasn't for that 3-0 deficit for Tigre in the first leg, allowing Fiddle to score 3 goals, it just goes to show that this game would have been a lot different. It's 1-1 right now in the second leg.
Just to get that ball forward, as I said, I will recap that again. Fiddle goes into the final, and then we will be going to Timbers Tigre against Maxi VIP of Team Complexity. If you can cast your mind back 24 hours ago, those 2 players played in a game that went the extra mile. It was a 3-3 scoreline. Went to penalties. Johan Cruyff dancing in the box. That's absolutely beautiful from Fiddle. Great block, just denying that from being a 5th and the scoreline at 5-1. But they had such a good game yesterday, didn't they, Maxi and Timbers Tigre? 3-3, went to penalties, and Tigre won that one. And you heard Maxi say it in his interview earlier today that he's played Tigre a couple of times. He's had some really tight games, and often Tigre actually wins in those matches when they have played from home. So this is certainly going to be a really interesting rematch.
Yeah, it definitely is. But first, we can't rule out Tigre, right? He still has another opportunity. So if Tigre loses this game, he still goes over to the losers bracket, and he's going to meet up against Complexity's Maxi. So we're probably going to be seeing that friend versus friend matchup again in the grand final. It would be a very interesting one. But that's what Tigre has to play for. He got to know that he still has another chance, right, heading into the losers bracket game. Definitely take all of the information that he can possibly from playing Fiddle, an awesome player who's shown how informed he is heading into a game against Maxi, right? You know, a player that has shown that he can take out big names such as Complexity Jackson.
Well, there goes the full-time whistle. It smiles all around for FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. What a game that is. And you can tell He's not 100% over the line yet. All his attentions will now turn onto that grand final. But all he needs to know is that he's guaranteed himself $7,500 alongside a spot in the grand final. And he'll have that winner's advantage going into that final as well, Alan. We'll only have to win one series of two-legged games because whoever comes through that loser bracket has to win two individual series of matches. So, I mean, it should be all smiles for him because he's had an unbelievable run in this Summer Cup series.
Definitely. Fiddle right now knows that he just has to win one more game. The losers bracket finalist that meets Fiddle is going to have to take down Fiddle 2 times. So that's a big mental advantage for Fiddle. He has demonstrated how comfortable he is not only on the attack in this game, but the defense. A player who's in form. We can't rule out Tigre. We can't rule out Maxi. They've shown what they can, do, what they're capable of doing. So it's just going to get better and better from here on out.
Yeah, unbelievable performance, Alan. And again, absolute pleasure commentating with you alongside the Summer Cup series. Going to throw it back over to the guys now. Jimmy, Mike and Spencer. We've got one name in the grand final. FC Cincinnati's Fiddle with a huge performance there.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon and Alan. Good calls of the game. Yes, Fiddle is the man going through. He is undefeated. Let's bring him on right now. The man, myth, and legend. Well, maybe not a legend just yet, but he's working his way towards it. Fiddle. So I see that first leg, you dominate 3-0, and the first thing I think of, does Fiddle know that Tigre has family? He has a family and friends. You're slapping him around. I mean, tell me what were you doing so well in that first leg?
The first leg, I think it's just I had to come out quick. He's an Xbox player, so I don't know if he's used to playing a lot of PS players at like a high level. So my thought process in my head was I need to attack him quick. When I get the ball, just play quick, see if he can keep up with the player switching. I guess it was tough for him to keep up in the beginning. So I got 3 goals early, and then once I had the 3 goals, I wasn't conceding 3. It was kind of just playing like damage control and not trying to concede one every 30 minutes in the second leg.
Fiddle, congrats on some fine performances so far. You're in the grand final now, and 3 of the 4 winners of the other Summer Cups have all come through that winners bracket. You're the only person left in the tournament now to not lose a game. How confident does that make you going into the final? Do you feel like you're a big favourite?
FIFA's FIFA. I'm still going to treat it as it's one final for me. It's not. I don't want it to go to a second best of 2, whatever you want to call it. I want to win it right away. So I'm going to treat that one like it's my final. And if I don't win it, then I get another one. But I'm going to try and finish it in the first one, I'd say.
And you talked about going up against Tigre and knowing that he's not a PS4 primary player, and you tried to be a little more aggressive early on to really set the tempo. Let's just say, hypothetically, that Max plays you in the final. He's also in a similar situation. Do you have a different tactic that you would bring for Max versus what you brought for Tigre, or be more of the same?
It's kind of more of the same. When you're playing on your primary console, you should have that little bit on your edge that these guys aren't used to holding that controller. It is a big difference. But Max and Tigre are both great players. They're, in my opinion, the 1 and 2 guys on Xbox, especially Max. He just came out and beat, in my opinion, the best North American player of all time in Yoksan. So, that's nothing to scoff about. I would like to see Max in the final, though, because we're good friends. We talk all the time on a Discord. So I'm rooting for Max to win that game against Tigre because I've never played Max in any FIFA ever, but we talk all the time. So that would be my dream final right there.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good final, though I feel like Tigre wants another crack at you if he gets the opportunity. All right, let's take a look, actually, at your match. Walk us through some of these highlights, Fiddle, especially here in the first leg where you were so good.
Let's see here. This is my first goal. Yeah, just trying to build it up. As you can see, just a lot of quick passes, a lot of quick turns. I wanted to do that as early as I could, and you can see the emotion coming out of me. I'm probably telling myself there that I need this. I've won this. But Tigre was getting some decent chances. I was mainly just trying not to let him get the ball into a striker because when I was watching him on Saturday, he seemed pretty dangerous with those layoffs. So every time his striker got the ball, I tried to drill him with Ramos, and it seemed to work in the first leg.
Yeah, take a look here. That's 2-0. This one is, I think, pretty much clinched the two-legged affair for you at that point. You had to know at 3-0 that this one was done and dusted no matter what happened in the second leg.
Yeah, 3-0, I knew that going into the second leg, it was 1 goal every 30 minutes. So once I hit that 30-minute period, I was like, okay, now it's just 1 goal every, like 20 minutes or whatever it is that I needed to not concede. So, just kind of, cutting away at the time. I did concede 1 early-ish in the second leg, and it kind of scared me a bit, but I kind of just kept my head, kept the ball, making them start dragging defenders out, and that was a good play right there. I love that goal right there, that last one.
Yeah, really tasty goal right there just to pull him out of the space and nice little 1-2 of those kind of goals, whether it's virtual or real. Well, Fiddle, congratulations again on getting to the grand final. You're now 1 win away from $10,000.
Appreciate it.
All right. Fiddle, everybody. Now, we asked you guys to join the conversation with regard to what we're doing here today, Championship Sunday. Make sure you hit us up at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag Summer Cup Series. Get off the chat. Come join us on Twitter. You can stay on the chat too if you want, but join the conversation. Now, Spencer, we did get a couple tweets after this result. Let's take a look at this one.
This is from his club, FC Cincinnati, in the MLS, of course. Championship Sunday of the Summer Cup Series starts with Fiddle GT. He takes on Ivan Tigre. Obviously, that was before the game. I'm sure everyone at Cincinnati is absolutely buzzing with Fiddle's performance. He's in the grand and he's definitely the favourite.
And then we also have MLS locked in, or EMLS focus. Let's get it. Let it rain. Let it rain. Okay. You want a rainy day? I mean, it's the summertime. I'll take anything to cool us off. But with Fiddle, only EMLS competitor, and right now he is really living up to the hype and representing the league well.
Yeah, getting some support from his club and EMLS. But that game is done. We have another one to look forward to. It's Maxi and Timbers Tigre. Coming up right after this, it's the losers final. They played against each other once before. Tigre, the winner. Can he do it again? Come back and join us.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
Will win tonight's tournament.
Mel is just so good with Mbappe.
Bosniano, take a bow. King CJ.
An absolute laser beam to that top left corner.
Dembele to win it. And Agui snatches it at the death. It's more drama from the Italian.
The users.
Chance to put the game to bed. To put the game to bed. We could be looking at some more history.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by PS4. Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Sunday. It's all happening here, the North American edition of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. We are down to just 3 players. We are down to maybe 2. Well, definitely 2 after this. It's Maxi versus Tigre in the losers final. Fun fact about this, they played earlier, and Tigre beat him in penalties. So a little revenge on Maxi's mind for sure. But before we get to this elimination match, it is time for our player profile presented by Gillette. It's about Maxi because Gillette is the best a man can get. Check it out.
Oh my God.
Yo, what's up, guys? Castro1021 here, and I am so proud, truly honored that Gillette is getting into the streaming world, which is what I do, because it just shows how much streaming and gaming and FIFA esports has truly grown. Now, we know that football is the best. We know that Gillette's the best. And speaking of the very best, ladies and gentlemen, here with me, I have the number 6 Xbox FIFA 20 player in the world, the main man, the homie, my boy Maxi. How you doing today, bud?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you?
How's your pandemic grooming been going, bro?
I don't usually get that much facial hair.
But when you do, you shave it off, man. You grab this bad boy and yoink, 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 yoink. We're about to do a 1v1 mystery ball. All right, I want you to take it easy. I don't want you to go too hard on me because, I'm a little rusty. But we're about to see who will be the best a man can be. For all the youngins, man, that are trying to, grow up and become some of the best FIFA players, what advice you got for them?
The main advice I can give is mentality is the number one thing. Just in general, all types of athletes, whether it be esports or real athletes, a lot of people have the skill, especially all the young players are just cracked on the sticks, a lot of them. But with FIFA, like keeping your head is like the number one thing. So that's why the players with the best mentality usually do the best.
Oh no, don't do no skill moves, man. I ain't ready for no skill moves. No! And there it is, 1-0. Now, Maxi, do you actually play football in real life? What position would you play?
Defensive mid. I'm kind of like a Busquets.
Defensive mid. Ooh, little biscuit. So you're saying you're slow. You're ranked number 1 in the United States, yeah? What would you say is harder, getting to that number 1 spot or staying at that number 1 spot?
I'd say staying is probably harder because, of course, like everyone could have one really great year and then they'll end up being first, and then next year the game might be a little different. It might not suit you. So really the biggest skill is being able to adapt every single year and being able to stay on top.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, second half is underway. I am currently down by 2. The next goal is worth 3 points, so I am going to try my best. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, that is not the goal you want to concede there.
You gotta look good, you gotta feel good in order to play good. Am I right, Maxi?
Before tournament, I just kind of put on the same outfit that I usually wear at tournaments, like the same pair of Lucky sweatpants, and then obviously the Complexity hoodie, and then give myself a quick shave, and then just go out there feeling ready.
All right, here we go. All boost. This next goal is worth 3. Comeback season, baby. Let's go. There's
Oh no. It's coming back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, there you guys have it. 11-6. Maxi defeats me, unfortunately. But you know what, Maxi? Congratulations, buddy. Congrats on a great season, and good luck in the tournament, man.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
If you're looking for some expert opinions on how to style your next look, check out Gillette Style Advisor on Gillette.com. Do a little beard, a little mustache. Oh, baby.
I love it. I love seeing Castro get slapped around. It's always very enjoyable, and fair play to him for taking a beating every single time we have one of those awesome features. Now, Mike, you had some thoughts on this. What do you got for me?
Well, while we were watching that, I was just thinking to myself, you know what's not the best? The Jimmy stubble. If we can get a full screen of Jimmy's situation with the stubble, and I'd love to issue an open challenge to you, Jimmy. If you can beat me in FIFA, because we keep seeing Castro lose and you're giving him a hard time, I don't like the way that you're treating Castro. If you can beat me in FIFA, I will supply you with Gillette for a year. any Gillette product you
Whoa.
like, because I can't handle this nasty stubble that you're bringing into these broadcasts. It's unacceptable.
Nasty. Wow. I mean, your mom said that she liked it. Is that too far? Did I cross the line there? I think I crossed the line. All right, let's talk about Maxi's competitor today, Tigre. Let's get after it. Spencer, obviously, he didn't clutch up he didn't clutch up in this past match, but in day 2, he did a very good job of it. What do we expect here now that he's coming off a loss?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, it was unrealistic that Tigre could keep doing what he did yesterday over and over. You know, you're not going to. There's an element of luck in there, and there's an element of great timing and clutching up, but it's come to an end now. He's got a rematch, though, hasn't he? Against the man that they went to penalties when they played before. So this is going to be really interesting to see what happens. You know, what's Maxi feeling about that game? Because he kind of threw it away. I think it was the 102nd minute he took the lead in extra time, Maxi, only to concede later on in extra time. And then I think his head was gone when it came to penalties because he missed 3 of 4. That's poor. So there's a little bit of a revenge on the cards, I think, for Maxi. Tigre, both of them are playing for their lives. You know, if you lose, you're out. It's a semi-final situation, kind of. If you win, you're in the final. So, listen, I hope we get anywhere near the kind of entertainment we had in the last time these two played. We'll be laughing.
Yeah, and then for you, Mike, Tigre, what does he have to do in this window to rebound from a loss? Because it's got to be tough psychologically when you pretty much got manhandled in some ways by Fiddle.
Well, I guess the good news is, if you heard Maxi VIP talking about this is his bogey player. He doesn't beat Tigre online, and that's been the theme at this event as well. He wasn't able to get past him. Tigre came back, forced penalty kicks, got the win. You see all his accomplishments on screen. Tigre's been very consistent. We've been saying he's one step away from really reaching that next step, and some of that deals with confidence, finding that extra margin in key matchups. But if there's anyone that can beat Maxi, this is the guy.
All right. We're going to get over to the casters here in a second, but first I want to get predictions. Mike, I'm going to go to you first because Spencer was such a gentleman and went first last time.
Oh, and you're such a gentleman, Jimmy. Thank you so much.
Always.
Yeah, of course you are. So I think we're going to continue on this agreeing theme between Spencer and I. But I think this is the time that Maxi is going to be able to break the streak. I think he's going to beat Tigre. The confidence of beating Joxon. As you heard Fiddle saying earlier, Joxon is the best player, in his opinion, in North American history. So not just this year or last year, period. And a lot of people, from the fans' perspective, from the competitive community's perspective, they agree with that. That is a shared theme among people that are really in the FIFA community. And you got to be flying high right now. You got to say, I'm going to go to the finals. When we talked to Maxi, he said he was already looking at the finals. He said, I'm ready to get to the finals and make this happen.
Now, Spencer, way back on day one.
I'm going with Maxi.
I figured as much. Spencer, on day one, he was your player to watch, Maxi. So I figure at this point, you got to be backing him at this point.
No, I do agree with Mike. I do think he's the favourite going into this, only because I don't think we're seeing the same Tigre today that we saw previously. You know, obviously that's one game. He can turn it around. He started somewhat of a comeback in that second leg against Fiddle, but it was a little bit too much damage that had been done in the first leg. So, yeah, I'm happy to be proved wrong, but my player to watch was Maxi for a reason. I think he comes out on top.
All right. Maxi's getting a clean sweep on the predictions here, but Tigre still has a chance. He's still got to play these games to find out for sure. All right, let's throw it over to our casters now. Richard Buckley and Gorilla. Guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Yes, joined in the commentary booth for one final time over the weekend, myself and Gorilla, and what a game we have got in front of us. Maxi against Tigre, losers bracket final. Gorilla, first thing I want to ask you, we're in that predicament where you're facing someone that you've previously matched in a tournament. What's the mindset going into a game where it's either going to be revenge or it's going to be a repeat for one of these two players?
I think through Maxi, obviously, just came off a massive win against Joxan, so I feel like that is going to be in the forefront of his mind. I think he's going to have that confidence that he can go and do it now. He's one game away in getting to the final, so I don't think the loss will be too on his mind. Obviously, it was a penalty shootout as well, so you're going to say that if he won that penalty shootout, would he have been confident? I'm not so sure. I think over the 120th minutes of him against Tigre, I think he might be disappointed with his performance, but, you know, he's just came off a massive win against Joxan, so I think he'll be very confident heading into this one.
And we got the opportunity to look at that Maxi versus Joxan game. We were in the so-called sort of crow's nest where we got to watch all of the action from this sort of elevated position where you've talked about it previously. You're not the one playing. You can sort of watch from a further distance. Did you see anything in that game where Tigray can potentially get at Maxi? Did you see any defensive frailties in Maxi's game when he faced Joxan?
I honestly think Maxi had a very well-rounded game against Joxan. I think his attacking flair was there. Obviously, the reverse Lascos and the Lascos, as I did mention. I'm actually glad that Maxi agreed with my insight on Joxan's attack. But going back to the question, I think he was very good defensively. And I just more the same, really. And I think he'll be very confident. And I'm interested to see how this game plays out.
Here we go then, into our losers bracket final in the North American Summer Cup Series. It's going to be Tigray from Timbers, kicking from left to right. Complexity is Maxi from right to left. These two players had a roller coaster tournament so far. Neither have been perfect. Who's going to be progressing into the grand final to meet Fiddle with all the chips on the table? Tigray starting the game here, all in yellow. And it's Maxi from right to left in the dark navy top, white shorts, navy socks.
It'll be interesting to see what happens for the first 20 minutes, who takes control of the game. I think, again, Maxi had a little bit of a break. He's just, Tigray just came off a big result. So it'll be interesting to see if the momentum carries forward for Tigray. But I think Maxi just needs to keep the ball a little bit, get into that final third, and just wait for a CDM to pop out. But I think possession is key for the first 15, 20 minutes. Just get a feel for the game and just get a little bit confident on the ball.
And you'll have been in this position many a times where you're facing somebody who might have had a longer layoff. For example, you look at Maxi, he played probably, an hour and 30 minutes ago. Even though Tigray lost the match that he's just coming off the back of, will he feel potentially more hot on the controller? Is that a thing when you've played in a shorter duration? Maxi's had a longer time off. Is that an element that could swing this first leg?
I definitely think it is a thing. I think if you're coming back off a win, it's even more so in your favour. But obviously Tigray just lost. But I think he's just a bit more comfortable on the control. And again, I think it's only going to be a thing where it's only for the first half of this FIFA. But I might be wrong. Maxi might prove me wrong. But it does definitely come into play, because unless he's been practicing, maybe in the arena, maybe going into a FUT Champs game, just to keep his hands warm, then it is going to affect him. But I wouldn't think it's going to be too much of an issue. But it's just, I think Tigray will have a slight advantage just because he's just so used to doing the controls over 2 legs of a competitive game.
Here we go then, Tigray chance with R9 inside the box. Cracking bit of goalkeeper movement from Van der Sar to keep that one out. First chance falling to Timbers Tigray.
That was a fantastic chance. Again, I think maybe a finesse shot there. I think it's one of those situations where I'm looking at it maybe because it didn't go in. Finesse shot might have been a better choice. But again, great situation from Tigray. First real attack that we've seen in the first 20 minutes. And maybe that was a situation just because he's warm on the control. A nice little running scoop turn to get into the space. But yeah, first chance, a good chance from Tigray. And I think he'll be slightly disappointed that he hasn't got into the back of the net. But Van der Sar coming up clutch for Maxi.
Chance here for Maxi, just speaking of him. Johan Cruyff looking to play through into R9, but Van Dijk standing strong. 20 minutes gone already here in this losers bracket final. A real good pace to the game so far. The ball getting popped around by both players with precision and purpose. R9 in the attacking third. Van Dijk does well to step forward and pinch the ball back, but a quick turnover of possession in Timber Tigray's favour. Eusebio looking to make that run in behind. Eusebio starting. Quite a rarity here in the North American Summer Cup Series. We've usually seen Cruyff or Neymar as that central cam, but Eusebio getting the nod here, Gorilla.
Yeah, I think we've seen Eusebio once or twice. We kind of see him from a substitute role more than a starting 11. But as I've mentioned over the past weekend, it's just a personal preference. Maybe he doesn't want to have that 5-star skill. Maybe he just loves Eusebio's finishing, because that prime of Eusebio's finishing is unbelievable. I think he's definitely top 3 or maybe even top 5 on the game. So he's not a bad player by any means. It's just maybe a little bit more predictable in the final third because he doesn't have that Elastico or reverse Elastico to come off.
Cristiano Ronaldo looking to turn there, but again, standing strong defensively is Timbers Tigre. You'd probably say in the opening stages it's gone Tigre's way, the early encounters, but that little dink down the line, always going to be a ball intercepted by Maxi, just offside there. And you start to see Maxi starting to warm up right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first 5 minutes have been in Tigre's favour. I think he's had that great opportunity and he's been keeping the ball well. I think what Maxi needs to remember that he did lose to him in penalties, but, you know, it was quite a few rounds ago and he's just came off a massive win. So he needs to forget about the game that he played against him the other day and that he lost. It's easier said than done. I've witnessed it firsthand, but it needs to be done, because if you're thinking, oh, I've just lost this guy, I can never beat him, as he's mentioned in his interviews, he's one of those players that you just had his number, and you're going to be on the back foot. So just play a bit freely, play with confidence is definitely an important thing to do in this game.
Chance here for Maxi VIP, but again, quite a defensive Eusebio there, dropping in from the central cam position to win the ball back for Timbers Tigre. Kevin De Bruyne also involved from the get-go here for the Mexican FIFA start. Ferland Mendy fizzing the ball into Eusebio. But one final chance of the half here for either of these two players. Looks like it will fall to Tigre. Kylian Mbappe into R9. One touch pass round the corner to Kevin De Bruyne. Looking for the pass back to R9. Just slipped at the final opportunity.
That is very unlucky. Great pass. I was actually going to mention that I think Tigre should actually keep the ball for the last attack, but if the opportunity's there like it was, then you got to take it. That was unfortunate there. I think Tigre should have been 1-0 up in this first half after having the two great chances.
Two cracking opportunities for Timbers Tigre. You can probably see why. Coming into the match, he's just off the back of a defeat. He looks riled up. He looks revved up to go here. R9 Ronaldo, running race next to Sergio Ramos. Ramos does well, and that will take us into half-time. Not much really to talk about in terms of Maxi VIP's performance. It's sort of been one-way traffic at half-time in terms of Tigre going towards Maxi's goal.
I just want to see something from Maxi in this second half. Just control the ball, walk the ball upfield, and get to the edge of the box and control that area. Because even if you don't score a goal from it, I want to see some more attacking presence from Maxi, because I think Tigre's been doing a good job of keeping the ball, and I think he's obviously had the best chances out of the two players. But I know Maxi's more than capable of scoring and creating good chances, and I've seen it in the game against Joxan. But trying to get to the edge of the box, play with the CDMs a little bit, play with the cam, and just try and create some space without a CDM or two, because I haven't really seen anything from Maxi in the attacking sense in the first half. But yeah, hopefully different second half for Maxi, make this game a little bit more interesting.
We'll see if we can see that slow build-up that you're talking about here from Maxi. This is exactly what you wanted. Kante, Hullet getting involved. A few more touches on the ball. First time we've really seen Johan Cruyff as well even have a touch. Cristiano Ronaldo turning his man. Fired into Cruyff, looking for the turn. Beautiful left stick dribbling on the edge of the box, waiting for R9's movement. R9 a little bit static though inside the box. No real runs being made. That's cracking dribbling though from Johan Cruyff. The space has opened up for Cruyff. Oh, it deserved a goal. It deserved a goal.
That's what I'm saying, and that is what he needs to do. It's just walking with Cruyff, and that is all. It's so simple, but so effective. The amount of space he created, a great pass into CR7, which I think you maybe had to reset the play a little bit, but his forward was open. Great pass inside, brilliant left stick dribbling inside the box with Johan Cruyff, and unfortunately hit the bar. But great start in the second half from Maxi, so it looks like he's changed things up. And yeah, he needs to do more of this. Keep the ball in the final third. It's very important.
Double change coming on here for Maxi as well. It's going to be Eusebio and also Neymar making way for Cruyff and Mbappe. Fresh legs early into the second half. Cruyff having the best chance of the game thus far, hitting the crossbar. Kante moving forward with the ball. Now the fresh Eusebio just brought on. Van Dijk does well to close down the Portuguese start. And it's going to be Timbers Tigre looking to get back on the ball, but a great press from Maxi. Neymar winning it back. Nice little bit of intricate skill there on the edge of the box. Eusebio looking to backheel it into R9, but Maxi, after coming out of this second half, absolutely flying.
Yeah, he looks like Tigre's a little bit worried in the defence, and I think that's just a general thing. When you're playing on someone else's box, you do get a little bit worried, and space is going to get created, and it kind of puts you on the back foot. But brilliant second half so far from Maxi. So hopefully, I just want to see a goal just so things open up a little bit, because I think Tigre's playing a little bit defensive, which is fine. As you can see, he's bringing back his 2 forward players just out back in defence. But Maxi's doing a good job though of creating that space. He's just taking his time, playing all A passes inside, and just waiting for that forward just to have that chance, maybe do a reverse Elastico, try and get that first shot off. But yeah, I'm just thinking back to that Cruyff chance. It was a great opportunity, and it was a shame it hit the bar.
Just your personal opinion on it. Right shot, sort of shot type that he chose right there, just to put your laces through it.
Yeah, it was the right decision. I think, if you want to be super critical, maybe just a little less power, but it's one of those things. It's just muscle memory. It's just unfortunate they didn't go in. But yeah, definitely the right opportunity. The right shot to take in that opportunity.
He's creating though right now is Maxi. R9 involved yet again. N'Golo Kante, Eusebio inside the box. Great tackle from Timbers Tigre. Almost holding on right now is Tigre. Yes, it's only 0-0, but since the second half has started, it's been all Maxi. Play back to Kylian Mbappe. Danilo involved with the attack. A rare choice at right back, but certainly good enough to play that position in a competitive environment is the summer heat. 95 rated Danilo. Kevin De Bruyne linking up with Mbappe. R9, dead stop inside the box. Second chance for R9. Vieira's closing him down. This time Vieira walks away with the ball.
That was a good opportunity. I think he actually might have meant to do the reverse Elastico there instead of the roulette, which is unfortunate, but I think you need to take a touch just before that shot with R9. He done a good job of stopping on the ball and getting that chance on the near post, but them standing still shots aren't too great. They kind of get their foot underneath the ball, which means they're not going to get too much power on it. So I think you just need to take a little touch there, get the ball out of his feet, and yeah, we could have seen the first goal of the game there. But it was unfortunate. Good opportunity though from Tigre.
Up the other end, Maxi VIP here. N'Golo Kante linking up with R9. 30 yards out, Kevin De Bruyne defending high up the pitch. Kante, Neymar again. Looking through R9, gets the chance, second time of asking. Good defending again. Just too many yellow bodies in the way.
I would like to see Maxi bring on a De Bruyne, maybe in the second leg, or maybe in the second half of the second leg, because personally, I wouldn't feel comfortable with Hullet and Kante on the edge of the box, because you're not really going to do much with them. If you have like a De Jong or a De Bruyne in the CDM, you know that the defender has to think, well, yeah, they might actually take a shot. With Kante, he's just the creator. You're not actually going to do anything with him. But Maxi's doing really well. He's doing the right things, controlling the centre and just taking his time. That was unfortunate, though, from that attack.
Frank Ribery introduced here. That summer heat, Frank Ribery. I know he's one of those players that, because he was quite cheap to do in terms of the value of player that you're getting compared to other five-star players, you see him a lot of weekend league, you see him a lot in division rivals. Quite a rarity to see him at an event-level competition. However, can still do a job, Frank Ribery. Have you done him yourself? Did you manage to get him done?
Not yet. I don't think he actually has an expiry date on him, so I'm actually going to use him this upcoming weekend league next weekend. So I'm looking forward to using him. I've seen a lot of pros use him, and as you said, you've seen quite a lot in Foot Champions. So I'm looking forward to using him. I know his body type here is very similar to Neymar and his height, so I think he'll be very agile. I think he's going to be the perfect winger, but in terms of the competitive side of things, I think he's a really good substitute. But as a starter for me, I feel like there's better players, especially with that 5-star weak foot, because if I remember correctly, his 5-star skill moves and just a 4-star weak foot.
Yeah, it doesn't really offer you too many traits either, Ribery. No outside the foot shot or finesse shot trait on Frank Ribery, which could be one of the reasons. It might sound quite a small, minuscule thing, but the outside the foot shot trait is such an important aspect of the game. 90th minute, Timbers Tigre holding the ball for the final chance of the game here. Scored a couple of late winners in this tournament. Can he score another one here to give himself a narrow lead? Moving into the second leg, Danilo. Eusebio moving up through the pitch. Ruud Hullet now. For Timbers Tigre, fires it into R9, but defensively, Maxi does well. And at the conclusion of the first leg, Gorilla, coming to you. What are your thoughts after you've seen 90 minutes of action between these two?
I think it was a game of two halves. I think the first half, Tigray started off very well. I think Maxi was a little bit rusty just because of maybe that weight. It definitely comes into play. And I did say that it would take a little while for Maxi maybe to warm up. I mean, he certainly did in the second half. So I think it was a game of two halves. I think Tigray had some decent chances in the first and obviously Maxi in the second. So it's been a kind of a good 0-0 in the sense they've had really, really good chances. Unfortunately, they haven't gone in the back end there. We could have easily seen a 2-1 or a 1-1 so far, but it hasn't been the case. But so far, so good from Maxi. I think Tigray just playing a little bit too defensive when he's attacking. He doesn't have those numbers up. He needs to take his time a little bit more. But I'm sure the second game will offers us something different.
It's a perfect opportunity for myself right now in between the two legs to remind everyone at home to make sure you've got your EA and Twitch account linked. We've got a Jumbo Rare Players Pack and a Rude Hullet 94 rated Prime Icon Moments Centre Forward item. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops may take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. You can link your account at www.ea.com/Twitch linking. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that first leg. Gorilla, it was a 0-0, but chances were created.
Yeah, this was a nice scoop turn. Finesse shot there, and that's definitely a goal. Looking at it again, I think the finesse shot was probably the right choice in that situation, but it was unlucky from Tigray. And here, very nice composure. And if Cruyff hit that with the outside the foot shot, now, I would love to know, Richard, does Cruyff have outside the foot shot trait? Because if he doesn't, that's maybe cost him a goal. But if he does, that was unfortunate that he's used his left foot instead of his outside the foot there.
Yeah, you're asking questions of Johan Cruyff, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Neymar goes into that role as the central cam. The second leg will be coming up very shortly indeed. We've also got plenty more action throughout the rest of the summer, not only in FIFA. Looking over to Apex Legends. The Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit showcases the best Apex players in their regions as they go head-to-head to compete for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. Coverage starts Monday, August 10th at 9:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Stay tuned to twitch.tv/PlayApex to catch all the action. Gorilla, coming back to you in this second leg, just as we're getting underway here. What needs to be done for either one of these two players to break the deadlock?
I think just be a bit more fluid in the attacking third. I feel like attacking third is my new word, my new few words now. I've been saying it quite a lot, but it's the most important part of a pro's game, because a lot of people can keep the ball in midfield, they can defend to an extent, but it's what separates the players at a high level. That composure in the final third, that trickery, that reverse elastic, or whatever it may be, as we saw from Maxi against Joksan. So they both had really good chances. I think from Tigray, I would like him to be a bit more attacking in the sense of maybe not having the centre attacking on come back, or it does seem like Eusebio does drop deep a little bit, so I don't know if that's an instruction, but I just want his R9 to have a few more options in the attacking area.
Yeah, if we think back to some of Tigray's previous matches, it was a late winner against Ajit Power, it was a penalty shootout win against Maxi, so he is, you would probably say, a second leg performer. Very similar to what Tex does, to what a number of other players do. They sort of analyse the data that your opponent's giving you in the first leg, and they take that data and use it to your advantage in the second leg. How important, because FIFA esports in previous years might have been a best of three, it might have just been a one and done. How important is that second leg, Gorilla, in a competitive match of FIFA?
It is vital. I mean, unless you're 5-0 down or something like that in the first leg, then it's very important, because the game's not over really until it's over. So, even if Maxi won this game 3-0, it's still a comfortable scoreline, but all it takes then in the second leg is Tigray to get a goal within the first 20 minutes and it's game on, just like that. So it's very vital. Obviously now it's 0-0. You can kind of think of this game as just a one-leg game now, because it was a draw in the first game, but I would like to think that both players are kind of taking some information off each other, just the way they're playing, nothing too complex, and maybe use that to their advantage. But definitely the second leg is very important. It all depends on the first game result.
I've just done a quick look, and Johan Cruyff does actually have outside the foot shot trait, so he'll be desperately disappointed. Speaking of Johan Cruyff, putting that one wide.
My God. That is a great opportunity. Johan Cruyff has missed two two really, really good chances for Maxi, and I think he'll be very disappointed. I would not be surprised at half-time if we see Cruyff miss another chance like that. Maybe we'll see a Neymar substitute in or something like that. But yeah, having Cruyff on the outside the foot shot trait, he should have actually taken him if he was outside the foot in the first leg, and that actually would have been a goal. I just think it's because he was using his left foot, and obviously he has 5-star weak foot. It's just the animation wasn't the same, and the direction of the shot wouldn't have been the same if he used his outside the foot. So that was unfortunate then, considering he does have outside the foot shot trait. But good opportunity there for Maxi, and a good start with him.
Another chance here for Maxi. Kylian Mbappe looking to play through. Ruud Gullit in the way, 25 yards out, no way through that yellow wall of defenders. But there's a lot of space in between those yellow shirts. Tigre, you look in between the midfield and the defence, there was a big open gap that Maxi could potentially exploit. And you see it just there. There's a lot of space in between the players that Maxi could potentially get in here. Kylian Mbappe down this right-hand side for Timbers Tigre. Into Kevin De Bruyne. Quick one-touch passing, looking to pull players out of position. Only as far as Phil and Mendy, who does well. And again, back and forth. You attack, I attack.
I just want to see something from Tigre attacking. It feels like he's not really doing much in the when he gets the ball in the attacking third. It's just very basic. It's very simple. It reminds me of the Joksang game, to be honest. It was quite easy for Maxi to read. Now, obviously, Tigre has, created 1 or 2 good chances, especially in the first leg. But so far, 30 minutes in, haven't really seen much. He has to wait on the ball a little bit with R9 because there's not that many options. But he's got a good chance here, though.
Yeah, great chance. Kylian Mbappe down the touchline, looking for that drag back into Kevin De Bruyne.
He should have passed that inside to R9. If he passed that into R9, he's one-on-one with Van der Sar. But then again, Van der Sar is like having another defender. He's that good. But he should have played that inside there with De Bruyne. Fantastic opportunity though, just as I was talking about him creating a chance. But that was unfortunate. A little bit better composure, should I say? And it could have been a different story.
And the game starting to become quite stretched here. R9 into Mbappe. Is he offside? I think he is. We're not getting the animation of the celebration. And I just spoke about the game becoming stretched. Gorilla, chances are starting to fall.
Yeah, but in the past 5 minutes, we've seen 2 really good opportunities from both players. So it'll be interesting to see what happens before the half-time whistle goes. Because if someone scores before the half-time, then it's going to change people's tactics in the second half, because you don't have to go for it if you are the person on the other end of the goal. So unfortunately, it was offside. I'm not really sure how far offside it was. I wasn't really seeing the line there. But a good opportunity, though, for Maxi. Again, creating, which is the main thing, which is good. Just unfortunate, though, that Mbappe was offside there.
R9, a little bit of a stumble there as the ball came into him. Tigre just took it back, snatched it off his toe. Now, Eusebio. Look how deep Eusebio's having to drop to get the ball just there. Ruud Gullit into Kevin De Bruyne. He's inside his own half, though, with his 2 DMs. It's a very deep play of possession here. He's got a lot of ground to cover, does Timbers Tigre. Eusebio twisting, turning, looking for an avenue to go into. R9 Ronaldo. Little one-touch pass into Eusebio. Van Dijk does well.
That was the wrong pass for me. R9 again was open. It's just that final third. It's just not clicking. I think he could have easily had a goal, Tigre, in his first half. I think he'd be disappointed with that. I think if he watches the game back, I think R9 was really, really open. Whether he intended that initial pass, I'm not so sure, but that was unlucky.
Pull it on the edge of the box, and that will take us into half-time. 45 minutes left to go. Still tied at 0-0 here. Losers bracket final to bring you up to date. Winner of this game will move on to the grand final to play Fiddle. Both players guaranteed themselves a minimum of $5,000. The winner moves on to the grand final. Claims $7,500. You see the stats, nothing really to shout about at half-time, Gorillo. What do you see happening in this second half?
Honestly, I'm not sure, because I thought Maxi was the better player in the first leg overall, especially in the second half. But I think this first half, it's been more in favour of Tigre. I think he's created 2 really good opportunities, but I think the problem is it's the loser is out, obviously, and the winner it goes into the final. So it's a very, very important game. Obviously, the added money as well. So I think they're both going to be passive. I think we're going to see best case scenario. I think is as a 1-0, but I can easily see this being a 0-0 extra time.
Potentially a penalty shootout needed to see who will be matching up against Fiddle in the grand final. Ferland Mendy picking up the ball, looking for that long ball over the top. Cristiano Ronaldo against Danilo. Two teammates, the right back comes out on top there against CR7. Eusebio again having to drop into his own half to even pick up the ball and get a touch on it here to get involved in the game. Kylian Mbappe turning. Those passes never really successful if you try and pass it as you are turning. It's a game of narrow margins right here. R9 Ronaldo, standing scoop turn into CR7. Maxi VIP on the attack. Hully. Kante, R9's open, played into R9. Look for him to turn. Left foot, right foot, he can go either way. And a beautiful finish from R9 Ronaldo.
And that's what I've been looking for, just the patience on the ball. You see how much space R9 had there. I was expecting reverse elastico, and I want to ask him if he meant it, because I think that was a great opportunity to do one, but he got the goal, and that is all that matters. Just creating that space. R9 was open, just in behind his CDMs, and now the game's going to be changing now. So I'm going to have to rethink what I just said about a 0-0 or a 1-0. I think we might see a 2-1 now, or a 2-2, because he's going to have to go for it, Tigre. There's not long left, there's 30 minutes to go. So I'd like to see him go press on heavy touch just to be a bit more aggressive and try and make Maxi make a few mistakes.
I'm just looking down here at my stats in this game. 60% possession for Timbers Tigre. Not registered a shot on target as of yet in this match. Maxi having to deal with not having a lot of the ball, but when he does get it, he looks dangerous going forward. Timbers Tigre, 30 minutes left to go and needs to find a goal to keep his FIFA 20 season alive. Eusebio into Rude Hully. Round the corner into R9 Ronaldo. Eusebio again turning. Vieira does well.
That was a good opportunity though from Tigre. I think if he just turned in on Eusebio's left foot, it's one of those where the defender has to guess 50-50. You know, you can maybe play a bit cautious and not commit, and then commit on the last second, but it's very risky. But I think he should have gone on Eusebio's left foot there. I think it was a bit obvious he was going to go on his stronger foot, but he's creating chances though, which is positive, especially after conceding the goal. It's a good response from Tigre.
Round the corner into Eusebio, 20 yards out. Looking for that little bit of link-up play between R9 and Eusebio. That pause has been queued for probably, 10-15 minutes right now. Starting to dwell down the time here. Kante bringing the ball forward. He's the perfect player now when you've got a lead in that CDM position. You're not looking to go forward, you're looking to hold a lead, to see the ball out. And Kante is the perfect man for that role. Mbappe linking back up with N'Golo Kante. Johan Cruyff. The second goal would certainly kill this game off. For Complexity's Maxi. Hully. Building slowly, brick by brick, into the attack. 2 against 2. Kante again. Johan Cruyff. Twisting, turning. I'm getting dizzy. Good defending from Tigre.
But yeah, I thought you intercepted that then. But yeah, you was mentioning Kante, and I completely agree. However, if he does have Patrick Vieira on the bench, I'm not sure if he's actually starting him as a centre-back. I would like to see Vieira in CDM now, just to cut those passing lanes for the next 15 minutes, because he has a lot of height on Kante, really. So I think it's definitely important maybe to bring on a taller player, because you never know. That one through ball where Kante can't reach it because he's so small could cost him the game.
Rude Hully here, plenty of room to move into, I should say. Vieira's done well though, last ditch tackle. He timed that wrong, he's 1-on-1. And the guys on the desk have spoke about Maxi's maturity throughout this tournament. We get to see a perfect example of it right here. 10 minutes to go. If you can keep this ball and really see out the game and drain the clock, you're in a grand final to take on the player that you wanted to play in Fiddle. Tigre will not go quietly. R9 into Eusebio. Van Dijk one-on-one at the back. Van Dijk does well to snatch it off R9's toe.
And that's Virgil van Dijk for you, the best centre-back on the game, without a question of a doubt. But 5 minutes to go. I think Tigray will get one more opportunity. I don't really see Maxi keeping the ball for a solid 6-7 minutes. But I think Tigray will get one more chance. He's just got to make it count.
One final opportunity for either of these two players. If Maxi gets another goal, it's all she wrote. Right him into the finals, but Tigray snatches it back. And a lot of room for Cristiano Ronaldo to accelerate into. Kante tracking. Fullback nowhere to be seen. Van Dijk brings it forward. Into Cristiano Ronaldo out wide. Van Dijk comes across. 90th minute. How much injury time are we going to get, ref? There's going to be 2 additional minutes. Ruud Gullit into De Bruyne. Surely not this late. Again for Timbers Tigray. De Bruyne looking for the back heel. And minus a capitulation. That will be all throw. Maxi VIP going into the grand final with a 1-goal victory here against Timbers Tigray. What a performance by Maxi Gorilla.
I did say 1-0, so I will stick with my original prediction. I think Tigray wasted that then with that back heel. He had such a good opportunity, especially in the last kick of the game. I think Maxi would have been a bit nervous just in case, obviously, Tigray got that equaliser. I think he just rushed in. I think he was rushing quite a lot of the final third. And it's easier said than done. You know, once you enter a routine and you're 1 goal behind, you do want to get that goal as soon as possible. So I think it was a very good low-scoring game, if that's even possible. I think both had really good chances. I think they both hit the bar once each. But a very good game from Maxi. Clean sheet over 2 legs is not easy. So, yeah, congratulations to Maxi. He's in the final.
And just before we go, Gorilla, this will be one of the final times that we get to hear your opinion. I want to get it on the grand final. We're going to see Fiddle against Maxi. Where do you see the final going?
I did say I wanted to see Maxi versus Fiddle, so I will be watching it very closely. I've had the privilege of commentating on 2 Maxi's games and 1 of Fiddle's game. I think it's going to be a really good game, and I know you're probably going to say that anyway, but I think it is going to be a really good game. From what I've seen, though, I'll probably have to go with Fiddle, just because he's been scoring more goals, I think. But Maxi's got a really solid defence. You know, only conceding 1 against Yoksan, if I remember correctly, and 0 there. So only 1 goal in 4 legs of FIFA is not easy to do. So I think it'll be a good game. But if I had to put a bet on, I'll probably say Fiddle, just purely on the basis that he's been scoring a lot more goals.
Well, that's it. Maxi goes through to the grand final from myself and Gorilla. Back to you, Jimmy. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Richard and Gorilla. Great insight and analysis as always. Maxi does the business, however, very slightly. 1-0 in this one. Comes back, gets his revenge after losing earlier in the tournament in extra time, in penalties, as it were. He was up 3-2 in that one. Tigray got a late goal and then got penalties. Let's bring in Maxi now. I want to hear his thoughts because that one was tight. So first off, GG's, Maxi, well played. The second thing I got for you is not only am I impressed that you got revenge and got the 1-0 result, but also 2 clean sheets over 2 legs is very impressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, defending for me has been kind of like my thing on FIFA 20. When we won Club World Cup, I conceded 0 goals in the entire knockout stage. So I think that's just kind of like my key to success is to not concede, not give up many chances, and then be really creative in the final third.
Speaking of those clean sheets, it's not the first clean sheet you've had in this tournament either. You started your first game with a 0-0 in the first leg as well and a clean sheet over 2. Talk to me about your preparations for your game against Fiddle, because if we've seen anything from Fiddle, it has been a combination of goal-scoring threats. You know, whether it's playing through the middle with almost like a flying V Mighty Duck approach, whether it's the corner, he scored a header from a corner. He's got a multitude of attacking options. How are you going to prepare for that?
I mean, I know Fiddle super well, and I know like his play style is like really complete because he's very good at defending. His build-up's really good. His like finishing at the edge of the box, like he finds goals where there really shouldn't be a goal. For example, that corner with Van Dijk, like no one else is whipping that ball in on FIFA 20. So he's just a dangerous player and like all around really solid.
And heading into, obviously, the finals against Fiddle, I do want to touch base quickly with Tigray. He's always been a bogey player for you. You had talked about earlier, where somebody that just seemingly gets a result against you. Did you ever have any second guessing in that matchup as the game continues? It's 0-0, it's 0-0, it's 0-0. You're saying, oh, this is going to be one of those again.
Yeah, because Tigre, like, he's known for being able to find results even when, like, he's not necessarily playing better or not necessarily, like, creating that much. So when I missed that complete sitter with Cruyff, I was like, oh, no, not again. It's the same old story against him every time. Like, he's going to score. He'll see the game out. And I don't know, I finally got over that hurdle of beating Tigre, who, in my opinion, is, like, arguably a top 3 online player in the world.
Wow, that is high praise. And congratulations again to beating him then with that type of praise. Maxi, we'll see you very, very soon, and good luck in the grand final.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that's some good insight from Maxi about what he was doing to get the result and get that revenge against Tigre. Now, Mike, it is time for our analysis presented by PS4. These highlights.
If you missed that matchup, it was one of those low-scoring affairs that did have chances. You could see both players trying to almost out-tactician each other. Big save from Van der Sar, which has been a theme from this weekend. If I learned anything about goalkeepers, 100% Van der Sar is the guy. You see Cruyff hitting the post. I could not believe that didn't go in. You see Maxi's reaction kind of says it all. He created really well, got onto his weak foot, but it's a 5-star weak foot. Maybe put a little bit too much power in it, but at the end of the day, that should be dropping. You see the sidestep and another big miss. And you're saying this has been your bread and butter player, especially in the North American event. Johan Cruyff has really showed up, and he showed up big and often. I see a missed chance from Tigre, but he didn't create a lot. Tigre had the ball, like I said, in the midfield. He did a good job controlling at times, but really did not have the offensive dexterity to make the chances. You see the opener there, back of the net, finishes 1-0.
All right, so we started this tournament with 8 players. We are now down to 2. The grand final is coming up right after this break. It's the undefeated Fiddle taking on Maxi, who is one of the favorites coming into this. It should be a good one. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
FIFA 20 tournaments every single week.
Up in the air and into the back of the net. With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar. Neymar is in. What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books.
It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. All the doubters, every single one of them. Show them, whatever happens, you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And you never leave anyone out on their own. Show them that where you're from is as important as where you end up.
Raheem Sterling has called for players and fans to unite against discrimination and abuse that's overshadowing football, demanding action.
And show them, whatever our rivalries, whatever our differences, we stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. So it's got no place to grow. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series North America is presented by Gillette and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Make sure to follow Turtle Beach on Twitter, everyone. Your last reminder of the day, and tweet using the hashtag #BuiltToWin so that you have the chance to win some awesome Elite Pro 2 headsets. All right, everybody, welcome back to the grand final. We are here after 2.5 exciting days. It's me, Jimmy Conrad, with Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. We're down to the final 2. Let's take a look at this bracket and get everybody caught up, Spen.
What a tournament it has been. I cannot wait for this final. This is today's bracket. Starting off with the loser semi-final, which was between Joxan and Maxi. The two teammates of Complexity, of course. Maxi comes out 3-1 winner on that one. Then we went over to the winners final, which is the top left of the screen there. Fiddle versus Timbers Tigre. Again, pretty conclusive 4-1 victory for the American Fiddle. So after that, it meant that Max had to play Tigre for a spot in the final from the losers bracket. We've just seen that game. Max edged it with just one goal being the difference between the two teams. 1-0 that was. Tigre leaves the tournament as a result because he's now lost 2 games. Now going into the final, Fiddle versus Maxi. It's very simple. Fiddle just has to win the first game and it's good. If Maxi wins the first game, it goes to a second one because it means both of them would have lost once.
And here's what these lovely gents are playing for. Regional champion, North America, to go with $10,000 for first, $7,500 for second. And Tigre, even though he's been knocked out of the tournament, still for a weekend of work, $5,000 in his back pocket or his front pocket or both pockets or 4 pockets. I think there's 4 pockets in most of my pants. Maybe 3 pockets. You could stack money in the pockets. It will fit.
I don't know what kind of pants you're wearing, but okay, whatever Mike LaBelle likes to be comfortable in. Okay, not only should they have had a trophy, but also a stack of cash because the winner's also going to get $10,000. Let's bring in one of the competitors here in the grand final. He's yet to lose so far in this tournament. It is Fiddle. Fiddle, good to see you. What have you been doing since you won your first match today? Because I'm sure there's a little bit of nerves going on.
Yeah, I've just been chilling. I was watching Max play. He's a good friend of mine, so I was happy to see him get the win against Tigre because I wanted this final. But other than that, I mean, I've just been messing around in the skill games, missing a bunch of shots, hoping to make them in the game. But, just kind of trying to stay loose. I mean, it's going to make for a great final. I mean, this is the one, like, if you put all 8 participants in front of me, this is the guy I wanted to play. It's one of my good friends in the scene, and I think we're going to put on a good show for you guys.
That's great to hear, Fiddle. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been thoroughly enjoying watching you play over the last few days. Going into this game, what's more important to you? Is it there's no shame in the saying it's the $10,000, it's an unbelievable prize? Or is it the kudos, knowing that you could be a North American champion, you've won multiple EMLSs before, it's the last competitive event of FIFA 20 for you, so it's a great way to sign off. So what are you looking at mostly going into this game?
I would say if it was like $10,000 to $0, I would have to say the money, but it's not. It's $10,000 to $7,500. Both is good money either way, so I don't think I'm playing for that at this point. I think I'm playing for that pride. I mean, like, whenever I think of myself domestically in North America, I don't think there's anyone better that does it better than me. I mean, I've proved it in 3 different FIFAs now. This would just be the tip of the cap to sign off FIFA 20 and just one last little trophy to end the year.
And you mentioned playing Maxi in the final, that this is something that you want. Outside of you guys being friends, is that also because you don't have previous maybe competitive history? Because obviously Maxi's not in EMLS. So this is an opportunity to kind of put your authority in a way and say, hey, look, still better than everybody else in the U.S. that we don't always get matched up against.
Yeah, it's a good chance to play against the guys on Xbox because I used to be an Xbox guy back in the day, but this was back when Max was a little bit younger, and I didn't get a little bit chance to play against him in FIFA 18 or anything. So then I moved to PS and FIFA 19, FIFA 20 now. So we've never played before with anything on the line. I think we matched in maybe like a seasons game of FIFA 18, but nothing like this has ever been on the line for us. And I mean, I talk to the kid every day, so I think it would be a little bit of bragging rights if I can hold it over him anytime he tries to say anything. We're like, oh, well, remember last Sunday? But it'll be a good experience no matter what.
Now, Fiddle, rumor has it that once Maxi joined Xbox, that's why you moved over to PS4, because you didn't want to play against him.
Maxi might have started that rumor. Just
I don't know. That's just the word on the street. Anyway, good luck, Fiddle. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Fiddle, everybody. Now let's talk about Maxi, because as much as I love the confidence coming from Fiddle, and he's earned it, Maxi's got the same type of confidence, Spencer?
He does. He talks a good game. He's mentally strong, especially for someone at such a young age. The only thing I would say is that he has been playing himself down a little bit throughout this tournament with the fact that he's not so familiar on the PlayStation. Clearly, it's familiar enough. You know what I mean? Because he's only dropped the one game, and he's in the final here. So I don't know whether that was a little bit of gamesmanship on his part. He said that he'd played Joxan 10 plus times, so I'm assuming that was probably on the PlayStation as well. So yeah, he's a confident player. He believes in his ability. He believes that anyone doubting his role played in that FIFA 20 E-Club World Cup that he was the co-champion on with Joxan. He believed that he, in many ways, if anything, carried Joxan because he played the lion's share of the singles games without conceding a goal, as you mentioned before. So he's clearly ended that now. For me, certainly, he's ended that by knocking out his teammate Joxan. Now it's a question of, can he really end the rumour that he's not so good on PlayStation by getting the win in the final? I think he can.
Now, Mike, this seems to be a defensive battle in some ways. Both of these guys are very good at defending on in this game in FIFA 20. What's your prediction for this one?
Oh, you're just going to put me straight on the spot? Okay.
I am.
All right, I'm ready to go. I've been saying from the beginning, I took Fiddle to win this competition early on. My player to watch, I felt that he was going to be really motivated. He's definitely up to play as well. You could tell from his energy just doing that interview that he's looking forward to this match. It's something that he's been asking for. And well, now you're getting what you asked for. And I hope that it does become the show, maybe like a little Broadway show of FIFA where we got a little dance, we got a little music, a little back and forth. You guys know how I am. I tell the story a little bit different with what I'm looking for in my FIFA scene. I want my shoulders shaking. I get the popcorn out when these games go on. If you put me on camera in between the matches, I have popcorn. I'm eating. Look, I got peanut butter over here as well. I got all the snacks. I'm ready to go. Like, I am all the way prepared.
Yesterday, your metaphor was writing books and novels, and today you went with a Broadway show. I respect it. But who did you pick? Did you go with Fiddle, or who'd you go with there? Max?
I got Fiddle to win the entire thing. It might even seem like an easy choice now because he basically has a 2-for-1 opportunity because due to Max coming up from the lower bracket, he has to beat him twice. You have to beat him and have a reset and then beat him again. But I got Fiddle.
Okay, Spencer, do you have the same reasoning? Are you using a Broadway show to explain your thoughts?
I worry about Mike's cultural references. Like, everything's FIFA. Like, and when he's sitting in the theatre, he watches the plays. Like, this would be a good analogy for FIFA. Like, what is he talking about?
I'm not gonna lie. Last night I did think a little bit, Spencer, about different foot items. Like, before I was going to bed, I was thinking about the rude hullet. That, maybe that getting dropped into my account. Like, I was definitely had that thought process. So it exists.
Okay. Well, it works for you. Going to my prediction, it's a tricky one because, first of all, this is our two picks, isn't it, against each other, Mike? You said Fiddle from day one. I said Maxi VIP from day one. Is it worth pointing out who Jimmy said, by the way, who he called out of his player to watch? Because I don't think he's still in the tournament anymore. So I think we beat Jimmy on that one.
I conveniently forgot that.
Anyway.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, based on that, obviously, it makes sense to stay with Matt. Yeah, it was Joxan, right? Your pick?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was.
Okay, fair play.
Yeah.
He went with the easy one as well. He went with the easy one, Mike, and he still didn't get it. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, highest rated player, primary console.
Okay, fine. So well, let's just say this. So Maxi has not won anything without Joxan, right? So he's never won a title before. But if we talk about Fiddle, he has climbed the mountain a few times in EMLS competitions. Okay, he did it in Series 1. He did it in Series 2. Mike has seen him quite intimately up close in these formats. I like him in this situation. He's been here before by himself, and I think that makes him a special player. So I don't know. But I want to say this. I want to ask this question to you, Mike, in particular. Because Maxi doesn't use that overload ball side to defend, how impressive is it for you to see him get clean sheets in a competition like this?
I mean, it's unheard of over the course of 2 legs, and the fact that he's done this twice in this tournament versus the best players in North America, regardless of what tactic you use on the defensive end, people figure out ways to find spacing, and they find the holes, and they make the penetrating passes. You see all the skill moves on display. And also, sometimes the game just goes in your favor. You hit the post, it bounces back to you. You get a little rebound. You scoot and boot when you're inside the box. And the fact that he's been able to avoid that now twice completely. And versus Tigre, you can't make a case that Tigre deserved to score. He didn't have any opportunities. He could never get into a flow. There was no rhythm. There was no fluid movement. It wasn't organized. It wasn't structured. He disrupted everything.
All right, Spen, let's talk then a little bit now about Fiddle and his 2 championships in particular, the ones that I was referencing before. Again, I just think it proves that the guy knows how to win in big moments.
100%. He's got a load of competitive experience. Not just experience, but actually lifting trophies. You mentioned it there yourself, the fact that he's won on his own, which is not something Maxi can say just yet. And yeah, winning an EMLS is no small accomplishment. You know, there's a lot of great players. I'm sure he's come up against Mike at various points, perhaps, in the EMLS. And listen, what you're saying about Maxi is true in the sense that he hasn't picked up an individual trophy. But I will counter that, and I will say he's 18 years old. What do you expect him to have done, Jimmy? He was beaten at 14. When he was 15, he wasn't allowed to play because he wasn't old enough. Since he's come on the scene, he's won one of the biggest you can win, you know, this year. Now, the critics will say, what has he done as an individual? Has he qualified for much? Has he picked up any other Global Series points on his own? No, not so much. But so much room to grow as an 18-year-old. You know, we could be talking about Max the way we talk about Fiddle now in a few years for sure. He could definitely pick up some serious trophies. This is that E-Club World Cup that they picked up. And again, people kept talking about Joxan being the dominant member of this partnership. But if you know how the format works, you'll know that once you got into knockouts of that tournament, you had to nominate one of your 2 players to play the individual games. And then the second player would only play an individual game if after a 2v2 game, you needed a third decider. And they went with Maxi. They were choosing Maxi to represent them, not Joxan. So we've got to end that whole thing for now, for me. Maxi definitely carried, I mean, I don't know if anyone carried anyone as a team, but definitely pulled his weight 100% in that tournament. Massive major to win. And I think he might be about to win another one. I think it's going to be a great game either way. I like both these lads. I think they're top blokes. And I think we're in for a good final.
All right, well, before we get to that grand final, I've got 2 questions for you. Mike, you're going to go first. I want to know who you've been impressed with the most so far in this tournament, and then also who was the most disappointing?
Well, most impressive is actually going to go for me as VIP Maxi. I feel like he had a very difficult route as well, having to beat his teammate Joxan, who I, myself included, I didn't think he'd be able to do it on an away console. Even though Fiddle's in the final, he's undefeated. I had an expectation that Fiddle would be there. I've just seen him maneuver his way to getting into these semifinals or these finals regularly, and especially in North America, he just has some level of savviness that allows him to get there. He almost has this aura, especially in person. When you're at events and you get to walking on the stage, Fiddle has his chest out. He's going up there. He looks more confident than ever before. He revs into another version. He transforms or he transcends into Super Fiddle. And you don't want to meet that guy. That Fiddle gets busy and he's a problem. So he's what I expected. I would say Maxi's probably been my surprise guy. Most disappointing, I thought G10 could have done a lot for his stock in this tournament. Same with Agit Power, and for both of them going 0 for 2. But I give Agit a little bit of a pass because he was replacing Fnatic Harry, got last-minute notification. But I'd probably say G10 just because it could mean a lot for him with signing for organizations, working out different agreements coming into the new year. And usually when you sign, and Spencer could probably co-sign this as a team owner, typically when you sign a player, a lot of it is based on their previous season. So you get to see the very beginning, maybe the first month or 2 of FIFA, and then you get their previous accomplishments and form, and that's how you make your signing, and that you hope that carries into whatever installment of FIFA, the current competitive year. So a lot that happens now, or has happened this year, will indicate what players get signed where, what types of leverage you have for negotiation, what brands work with you, what sponsors, and you can say, I got a champion's pedigree, which is so important. A lot of people don't have a first place under their belt.
Okay, so most impressive is Maxi, most disappointing is GN10. Spencer, your turn to get on the hot seat and give me your same type of rankings, as it were.
I would say, just trying to look outside the box a little bit and give some different answers. I would say Tigre was very impressed with. I know he kind of got his wins late in the day, but the character he showed, he's not gone the whole distance, but he's gone very deep into the tournament. Very impressed with him. Timbers have got themselves a good player there. And I'm going to go way outside the box with who's disappointed me. And I'm going to say it's Canadian Border Control for not letting Harry back in. Because if Fnatic Harry had been in this event, no disrespect to Agit Power, but it would have thrown a real, a wild card in there because in terms of points, he was only literally like 100 or so points behind Joxan in terms of the leaderboard, and that's without a major win that Joxan got most of his points from. Harry was a very competitive player throughout the year. Obviously, it would have been his first tournament for Fnatic, and I think it would have just changed the look out of this event massively. Ajit Power can't be discredited for not going through his game because he got it on very late notice. But who knows what would happen if Harry had been there? So I'm going to blame the pandemic or whatever, the visa issue is my most disappointing.
All right, great insight on that. Now, to get the focus back on the grand final itself, one player in particular, Fiddle, who's been undefeated so far and looking very good. Well, he took some time to speak with us. Here's his player profile.
I think the pressure makes me a better player. It makes me expect better things of myself. So when I have pressure on me, I think I tend to exceed.
The volley is a good one. Beautiful.
My name is Gordon Thornsberry. I am 22 years old. I play for FC Cincinnati, and I also go by FCC Fiddle.
Back for Ronaldo. Sensational goal. And it's Fiddle that celebrates first.
I would consider myself an intense player. I like the pressure. I like to hear some fans yelling at you. I think it makes all for a good experience. I would say whenever I step on a stage, I always want to be the one to win. I know there's people watching, whether it be at home or at the event, so I want to win in front of the people. Whenever I build my team, I like all the players to be balanced. I like when every player I can really depend on. If I have one guy that I can't depend on, I feel like it really hinders my game. My favorite skill move this year is the drag back. It's simple, but it gets the job done. The thing I love most about the drag back is the simplicity in it and how much it gets you open for an easy shot. Signing with PSG is my biggest moment because it was my first step into the esports scene. It didn't seem like something that was realistic to me at the time. Once I signed with them, it became real, so I would say that's my most memorable moment so far.
Great ball inside, Ronaldo!
The most memorable goal I ever scored was the one to seal it at League Series 1 in EMLS, which got me my first trophy in the EMLS.
League Series 1, Fiddle takes it!
My first trophy in EMLS was a big burden off my shoulders. I expected myself to win once before that, so to get that first one really felt great. My second EMLS championship at League Series 2 in Portland was a really tough one. I had to beat Diddy Crislito in the first round, and then I went on to a penalty shootout against Remy Martin, who is also a good player. But then the final against Paulo Neto, he's a tough player. He's ranked one of the top 10 in the world, so it wasn't going to be an easy task. I managed to win by 2 goals there and lift my second trophy, but it was not easy.
EMLS League Series 2 champion.
The thing that separated me from other EMLS competitors is once we stepped on that stage, I was the one that refused to lose. You could see me in a shootout, you could see me down 2 goals. I just refused to lose when I stepped up there, so I mean it was tough to beat me.
Chris passing. Gorgeous football.
I'm looking forward to competing against some of North America's best. It's our last chance to compete this year, so I really want to make sure I go out with a bang.
Again, we talked to Fiddle in real life here, and then we see these player profiles, and his confidence just comes through, Mike. You've been around him in this. You've played against him before. I can't say enough about his confidence. And we saw him from the very beginning when he won that first tournament in Miami to join PSG's esports team. At that point, it didn't seem like he was maybe ready. Maybe he didn't believe as much, but I get the sense now that he really believes in what he's capable of.
Well, first off, I actually beat Fiddle in an EMLS match as well, just not a stage match. I do have something to claim here. Yeah, thank you for the clap, Spencer. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, part of my Broadway show. I will say this. I feel like with competitive FIFA, there are no accidents. And people don't win events by accident. People don't get chosen by accident. What we witnessed live, myself and Jimmy, where he was competing for a contract with PSG. It was extremely hot. I think it might have been summertime in Miami. We were all sweating. He stayed focused, stayed locked in, got the result. And from that point forward, we've been talking about Fiddle every single year. And he beat Doofman in the final. And we really haven't been talking about Doofman a lot in terms of his competitive progression. He's still in the mixer. Usually you find him right around the top 100 players, but we don't see him signed to the teams. We haven't seen him at a bunch of different events, going for runs and so forth and so on. So it really helped catapult his career, his confidence, and his belief. And a lot of that is self-belief. And I can't stress that enough, because at the end of the day, if you don't feel that you deserve to win, you won't win. If you don't deserve, or if you don't feel that you deserve to have this progression, or that you're ready to really capture the moment, then you won't capture the moment. It's going to pass you by.
Okay, now Spencer, someone who leads an esports team with hashtag, when you've seen players that have gone up and down. Right now, it feels like Fiddle in particular is on and up. How do you continue to maintain that? How do you continue to foster that confidence, or do you just get out of the way? Like, you know what, you got this. Don't worry about us over here.
Well, I think with someone like Fiddle, I don't know, I have a personal relationship with him, but from what I have seen, and certainly during this tournament as well over the years, he's someone that is professional, and that makes a big difference. It sounds silly, right? And there's a lot of guys in FIFA esports who are professional with regards to how much money they're making, i.e. they can live off their FIFA money. But professional is as much a outlook or an attitude as it is anything else. And the impression I get off people like Fiddle, and there's a few of them out there, is that he's going to be his own motivator. He's going to be his own probably worst critic as well. And he's going to have that motivation every single day he gets up to make himself better. And we're talking about him being confident. But I don't know if it's confidence or if it's just experience. Experience enough to know that he's done the preparation he needs to do. He can win if he plays to his strengths. And guess what? If he doesn't win, he'll go again next time and he'll bounce back. And it's not the end of the world for him if it doesn't work out, as long as he keeps improving. And it does seem that way. I think he's really grown into someone that is obviously a massive stalwart of the American scene, but also a pretty well-known name in the world scene as well. And it looks like it's only getting better. So it'd be a great time for him to win. And the same can be said for Maxi, but at 4 years younger, he's got even more time to grow.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought Maxi up because he is another player with a ton of confidence and another player that we're going to feature on our player profile presented by Gillette, because Gillette is the best a man can get.
Oh my God.
Yo, what's up, guys? Castro1021 here, and I am so proud, truly honored that Gillette is getting into the streaming world, which is what I do, because it just shows how much streaming and gaming and FIFA esports has truly grown. Now, we know that football is the best. We know that Gillette's the best. And speaking of the very best, ladies and gentlemen, here with me, I have the number 6 Xbox FIFA 20 player in the world, the main man, the homie, my boy Maxi. How you doing today, bud?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you?
How's your pandemic grooming been going, bro?
I don't usually get that much facial hair.
But when you do, you shave it off, man. You grab this bad boy and yoink, 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 yoink. We're about to do a 1v1 mystery ball. All right, I want you to take it easy. I don't want you to go too hard on me because, I'm a little rusty. But we're about to see who will be the best a man can be. For all the youngins, man, that are trying to, grow up and become some of the best FIFA players, what advice you got for them?
The main advice I can give is mentality is the number one thing. Just in general, all types of athletes, whether it be esports or real athletes, a lot of people have the skill, especially all the young players are just cracked on the sticks, a lot of them. But with FIFA, like, keeping your head is like the number one thing. So that's why the players with the best mentality usually do the best.
Oh no, don't do no skill moves, man. I ain't ready for no skill moves. No! And there it is, 1-0. Now, Maxi, do you actually play football in real life? What position would you play?
Defensive mid. I'm kind of like a Busquets.
Defensive mid. Ooh, little biscuit. So you're saying you're slow. You're ranked #1 in the United States, yeah? What would you say is harder, getting to that #1 spot or staying at that #1 spot?
I'd say staying is probably harder because, of course, like, everyone could have one really great year and then they'll end up being first, and then next year the game might be a little different. It might not suit you. So really the biggest skill is being able to adapt every single year and being able to stay on top.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, second half is underway. I am currently down by 2. The next goal is worth three points, so I am going to try my best. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, that is not the goal you want to concede there.
You gotta look good, you gotta feel good in order to play good. Am I right, Maxi?
Before tournament, I just kind of put on the same outfit that I usually wear at tournaments, like the same pair of Lucky sweatpants, and then obviously the Complexity hoodie, and then give myself a quick shave, and then just go out there feeling ready.
All right, here we go. All boost. This next goal is worth 3. Comeback season, baby. Let's go. There's
Oh no! It's coming back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, there you guys have it. 11-6. Maxi defeats me. unfortunately. But you know what, Maxi? Congratulations, buddy. Congrats on a great season, and good luck in the tournament, man.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
If you're looking for some expert opinions on how to style your next look, check out Gillette Style Advisor on Gillette.com. Do a little beard, a little mustache. Oh, baby.
All right, you learned everything that I think you can learn about these two players, Maxi and Fiddle, ahead of this big grand final. So now it's time to throw it over to Brandon Smith and Alan Avi for the call of this one. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, this is the big one now. Who is going to be joining the likes of A. Nazar, Oli Lito, Blue Agu, Paolo Neto in that sort of champions list of the summer series so far? And who's going to be rounding out a really strong competitive year? Of course, I'm joined by Alan Avi for this grand final. $10,000 on the line here, Alan, and two really top competitors from this North American bracket.
Great competitors in the North American region, the best of the best. It's not going to get better than this game that we are about to witness. They're not only competitors, they're really good friends. There's a lot to analyze here. We've seen it through the pre-match of videos, the interviews. Both of these guys have championship mentalities. They have had a long history competing in the FIFA scene. It dates all the way back to FIFA 17. Maxi is the youngest, but he qualified to an event on FIFA 17, but he wasn't able to compete because of his ages. We've heard what Fiddle has done. He's won trophies. They all been to the big stage, and now let's use the North American champion in this FIFA 20 North American Summer Cup Series.
Well, let's sort of talk about the situation with this matchup. As we know, Fiddle has not tasted a single defeat over 2 legs in this tournament across when we saw him in day one and when we've seen him in the knockout bracket today. So all he has to do is win one series of 2-legged matches. So one normal game, one normal long competitive game, you'd call it, the aggregate scoreline over 2 legs. However, for Maxi, he has to do that sort of twice. He has to win 2 individual series of 2-legged matchups here. So how do you go into this game if you're both players, Alan? That's one thing that always puzzles me as a commentator that just gets to sort of sit and view and watch the action. Mentally, what is going through your mind in this certain predicament you find yourself in?
Fiddle knows that if he wins this game right here, this series, he's the FIFA 20 North American Summer Cup Series champion. He bags $10,000. He holds that title under his belt. On the other side of things, Maxi, he has had to play more games than Fiddle to get to where he's at. He went to the loser bracket and he made it all the way to the grand final. He knows that he just has to keep playing his game. He knows that if he wins this series, it's not over yet. He still has to win another one. However, though, if Maxi does manage to win this series to take it to another series, Fiddle then, I say he starts to sort of worry, because he knows he can get eliminated.
He certainly can. And if you look at sort of both these guys' track records this year in the Global Series, a handful of events they've both been involved in for Champions Cups, MLS tournaments. Obviously, Maxi, one of the only players in North America that hasn't partnered alongside a football club. That's because he was picked up by a huge esports organisation in Team Complexity. And just a couple of months on from that, he got his first championship under his belt in the E-Club World Cup back in Milan alongside his teammate in Yoksan that he actually knocked out of the tournament earlier on, but really professional from Yoksan. Went online and said, you know what, Maxi maybe look ordinary and I want him to go and win the whole tournament today. Exactly what you'd expect from a teammate, and he'll be watching somewhere this grand final having his fingers crossed that his teammate can go that extra mile and pull back the $10,000 alongside the championship. It is Johan Cruyff, and it's a save just around the right-hand post from Edwin van der Sar, but that's what we've come to expect from Maxi. When he gets in the box with the Cruyffs, the R9s, he's so quick to turn, he's so quick to make chances happen. Here's another example of it with Cruyff, but it's not taking him too long. Just 13 minutes to find the breakthrough, and it's a prime example of what we come to see from Maxi in this Summer Cup Series.
What a great goal from Maxi. Fiddle is definitely going to be shaken up by that goal. He's thinking to himself, oh man, I have a serious challenge, because Maxi, he's not scared to attack. But we do see that Fiddle counters him and scores a goal right back, right after Maxi scores. It's even.
Even Stevens. They've only played 16 minutes in the first leg here. I mean, one thing I was going to say about Maxi Allen is that across the games he's played in the Summer Cup Series, He's had 2 clean sheets, which should be looked at, and it should be a rewarded chance for R9. Cuts it back inside, and oh my days! We're in for a proper grand final here. 20 minutes on the clock. It's attacking FIFA here in North America again, and it's R9 on the score sheet.
This is what you love to see, Brandon. Attacking football in FIFA 20. These competitors are showing that they are confident on the sticks right now. They're showing why they are currently in the Grand Championship game, playing for $10,000. Oh boy, and it's just getting started.
Just talk to me after this attack has happened, Ali, of how could Maxi... He's in the box. He always seems to find the right person at the right time. Box just manoeuvring in such a tight area with Cruyff, with R9. He makes it look so simple, Alan, but it really isn't, is it?
It really isn't. And it's a testament of how many hours Maxi has put into FIFA 20, trying to be the best that he can possibly be. Playing for champions, talking to some of the best players like Jogson from Complexity, myself, gaining just sort of a lot of information, because we have to keep in mind he's only 18 years of age. So he definitely has had to put the work on the training pitch for champions to sort of, you know, be the player that he is right now, demonstrating what he can do inside the box. It's not easy at all.
As we said, $10,000 on the line here. Heard Fiddle say it's, of course, not about the money now. Whoever does lose still gets himself $7,500. It's all about the pride, and it's about being a champion. Chance now for Fiddle! Wow! What a game of FIFA we have in our hands here. 31 minutes on the clock, and we've already seen 4 goals.
It's absolutely insane. Both of these competitors weren't conceding a whole lot of goals throughout this entire tournament, and look at it now. They both have already conceded 2 goals in this Grand Championship. It's going to come down to the wire. Both of these competitors want that title of being known the FIFA 20 North American champion.
Says a lot as well, Alan, when you've got 2 players here that are ranked so highly. You look at where they've sort of finished the year. Maxi came into this one as the top seed, 6th in the world over on the Xbox. After a really strong year, as we said, E-Club World Cup champion was the biggest event where many people know him from. Ice in his veins in a penalty shootout against Resende. It's a Fiddle. It's just been domination inside his own continent, inside North America. He wants to try and make something happen. He's on 9.5. It's drag back, moving so quick, just couldn't get power in the shot that he was originally looking for was Fiddle. What a start to this one. End-to-end FIFA as expected between the two, and very much similar squads coming into this one. The only real difference is Ramos gets the nod at the back for Fiddle, whereas we see Maxi go for the usual 2 defenders. What's the ball that is? Johan Cruyff. What a save! Edwin van der Sar. That's what he's all about, Alan. Big clutch saves, big moments.
That's as clutch as it gets right there. Van der Sar saving Complexity Maxi there. If it wasn't for that, he would be down 1 goal. And I wanted to touch on that when we were just talking about the rankings of these players, what they have been able to accomplish. Maxi, you can say, sort of has an edge over Fiddle because he's made it to the global scene. Not only here in North America has he won, has he gone far, but he's won a global event against the likes of players like #Harry, who was playing as a hashtag member. Now he's Fnatic Harry, playing against Shari, 11s, Resende, players that have had a fantastic year. Maxi was able to beat those types of players. On the other hand, Fiddle really hasn't had a lot of success compared to Maxi at the global stage. He has made it to those events, but he hasn't really gone that far. He hasn't won a championship. But however, though, here in the North American region, Fiddle has been dominating every single year, you can say, winning EMLS North American championships against competitors that have had great seasons in the global stage, like Diddy Crislito from NYC. So let's just see, Fiddle, if he can bag another North American championship and Maxi can do it, it'll probably be his first ever big major North American championship. all to play for here.
I mean, I don't think we expected the first half that we've had here, and I don't think anyone watching around the world did either. 45 minutes played, 4 goals, evenly split between these two. The best 2 players out of the 8 that qualified for this Summer Cup series. They're ensuring this goes right to the very line. Right to the final whistle. Here's Maxi now. Cristiano Ronaldo trying to turn past Virgil van Dijk, and for the first time, in all honesty, we've actually seen the defenders start to step up and make some big interceptions, because in all honesty, before that, every time Maxi got the ball forward, every time Fiddle got the ball forward, sort of seemed simple for these two to find a gap, to find a little pocket of space, to find the back of the net.
Yes, their attacks have been very effective, I must say. They sort of seem like they know how to break one another. I feel like this game's going to come down to who finishes those sort of chances.
It's another pause that's coming here from Maxi. He might be going into a pause after conceding if Cruyff can get the shot away. It's the same scenario there. When you get on the box and you try and defend that, Alan, what's going through your mind when you're up against someone like R9, you're up against someone like Cruyff, and they're literally on the edge of the box. They're faking one way, they're faking the other way. You know they can scoop turn, you know they can drag back, you know they can ball roll. To dive into the tackle, it's all about timing, really, isn't it? Decision making.
It really is that timing. You have to be on top of your toes, controlling the defender, sort of waiting for them to have a horrible touch, a bad touch, waiting for them to slip up. It's not easy. It's easier said than done. That's what makes these defensive players so respectable. The things that they can do on the defense.
We're looking at the POV of FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. No changes for him. He's straight back into the game. He's happy to continue with how things are at the moment. On the other side, for Maxi, we can't see his point of view, but we'll try and follow the substitution. It's normally Neymar that comes on for him in the second half, as we've come accustomed to seeing in the Summer Cup series. Hopefully we'll see that change right now. Well, it's going to be Eusebio for Cruyff. Will there be one more? Oh, there's the usual change. Neymar comes on for Mbappe. 2 subs for Maxi. Maybe the subs that will make a difference, though. Just the third left of this one, as we said. Maxi must win this first series if he wants to ensure this final goes that extra step, goes into a second series. All Fiddle needs to do is win 1 series of 2 individual matches, 2 legs of FIFA, and he will be the Summer Cup Series 4 North America champion, the 5th name into the Hall of Fame. All this newly sort of invented competition. It's been a great incentive and a great way to sort of round out a year that not many people would have expected, and hopefully bring us some more great FIFA. As we said, next weekend it continues. Middle East and Africa will be our final stop in the Summer Cup Series. Maxi was back to goal our night. Just gets dispossessed by Sergio Ramos. With 22 minutes left here, Alan. Still all to play for in leg 1.
100%. I want to see how these substitutions for Maxi impact his attack. Eusebio, I do believe he's going to be using him as a central cam. Neymar out wide, replacing Mbappe. Very interesting. We all know that Mbappe offers that pace, that physical, which is very key in my opinion. In other pro players' opinion, we do see like Cristiano Ronaldo being utilized as a right mid and left midfielder. So to see Neymar out wide, it's pretty interesting. You usually see him at the central of the pitch because of his dribbling. The 5-star, just very unpredictable. However, though, I myself have used Neymar down the wing, and I mean, he's really difficult to get the ball off of him. You know, he may not have the physicals, but he makes up by not having physicals with his dribbling.
We're yet to see any changes from Fiddle. As of yet, he is starting Neymar on that left cam, also vying to play the Brazilian forward out in that Lam area in the 4-2-3-1. The most popular formation, it seems, in competitive FIFA for the last few years. Cruyff now. This is Fiddle, cut it back to Vieira, building up into the perfect chance. One more round the corner! Patrick Vieira! You know it's a big game when the French defensive midfielder's popping up on the score sheet.
Oh my goodness. What a goal. From the build-up play to the finish with Patrick Vieira. Definitely probably one of the best goals of the entire tournament, showing how composed Fiddle is in the box, making the off-the-ball runs with Vieira there to bag that goal.
I don't know what it is, Alan, but I can sort of just think back to countless tournaments that have happened in the last couple of years, E-World Cup Grand Finals, FUT Champions Cups, where you never expect him to step up and score, but he often does, Vieira, in situations where you just don't expect him to make those runs forward. But Patrick Vieira giving Fiddle the lead for the first time in this tie. 2 times previously, Maxi has been up by a goal, and Fiddle's replied straight away. But this time, for the first time in the game, Alan, Fiddle has taken the lead, and surely that's got to give him some sort of confidence.
For sure it is. We are seeing some super subs right here. Mbappe out wide for Neymar. Interesting. We did see that Maxi took out Mbappe and replaced Neymar, so he just basically flipped the players there. Maxi has to be careful. Fiddle's bringing in fresh legs, and they're not just any legs. It's Eusebio, one of the best finishers in the game with that 5-star weak foot. And then Mbappe offering pace, strength down the wing.
Well, well, well. North America, you have been full of surprises over this weekend. I thought we honestly saw it all. Building up to different events that have happened in the Summer Cup Series, whether it was in Asia, whether it's in Oceania, Europe, South America. There's been so much drama. Is this leg got any more for us here? Just 1 minute left plus additional time. Fiddle will be happy to just close out this tie with a 1-goal lead, but he does give possession back to Maxi. Maxi will be able to get the ball forward. Added time of just 2 minutes.
It'd be big for Maxi.
Fiddle,
if he can bag a goal here.
Trying to defend, Alan, and he does do well with Virgil van Dijk, and that will conclude leg number 1, and you have to say that will give Fiddle just something to hold on to, a certain confidence boost to take into that second leg. As I mentioned, it was 2 times, 2 different occasions that he was down by a goal, able to bounce back, and now he goal into that second leg with a goal advantage, knowing that he only needs to win this leg, and it's game over. He will be the champion.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Fiddle right now is feeling pretty confident. He knows he has the lead. He just has to get through 1 more leg in this series. And if he does manage to double the lead, just hold on to the lead, he will be walking away with $10,000. And more importantly, as he said, he mentioned the prestige of being a North American FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series champion.
Well, I think it's about time that we turned our attentions to something else that you guys, I'm sure, will be interested in, and that is it's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't already done so, as we let you know those live viewership rewards, which this weekend have been the same all weekend long. A Jumbo Rare Players Pack and a Rude Hullet 94 rated centre forward prime icon moments item. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops may take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. And if you haven't already, you can link your account at www.ea.com/Twitch linking. And I mean, we often speak about Hullet more than we do Vieira, but if we look at those highlights, Alan, from the first leg, Patrick Vieira got on the score sheet for Fiddle.
He absolutely did. It just goes to show if you get him into that correct position, he will take advantage of it. Maxi does get things started in this game, but let me tell you, that didn't really phase Fiddle. A lot of goals to be seen in this first leg, in the final for $10,000 in the championship title. Fiddle bounces back right after that goal, so Maxi wasn't able to sort of celebrate and take advantage of that 1-goal lead. And then right here, Maxi takes the lead again, but then Fiddle capitalizes, responds right here with the great finish from Ronaldo Nazario. And this goal that we're about to see, the final one, just take a look at the off-the-ball runs from Vieira, the passing, the moving. It's just beautiful. Honestly, probably the goal of the day so far. This doesn't get better than that.
I mean, we speak about it so much, don't we? How good R9 is on the box in terms of when he gets on the ball, or Cruyff, and these guys are sort of twisting and turning, cutting back, trying to find their left foot, their right foot. But Vieira, right place, right time for the defensive midfielder of France. And I mean, as I said, big games, he always seems to step up. Got a question for you, Alan. Going into this second leg now, as we know, Fiddle, if he wins this, it will be over. He will be our champion in North America, our 5th champion on the journey of the Summer Cup Series. If Maxi wins this, we go to another series of a two-legged match. Do you think it's going to be job done here for Fiddle, or do you honestly think we're going to go that extra mile? We're going to have another series between Maxi and Fiddle?
I mean, they're both playing really good. That first leg was filled with action. I feel like this game has that potential to go to another series because Max has demonstrated, that he can score a goal against Fiddle, a top defender, right? He not only can score a goal against Fiddle, he had the lead 2 times. Maybe Maxi in this upcoming leg takes, equalizes Fiddle and then takes the lead again. And then maybe he learns from his mistakes in leg number 1. This time holds the lead against Fiddle. And that can potentially send us to another series. However, though, Fiddle, man, he's just been playing very solid. Both of these competitors very confident. You can just sense that they're not really crumbling under pressure. And it just goes to show how good they are on the sticks.
Well, I think the one thing that we've been so happy about as well, Alan, is that we've seen goals. We've seen a lot of goals in our grand final. It's only the first leg that has been played. 5 goals scored. It was an incredible first 30 in-game minutes there. 3 goals were scored. By half-time, it was 2-2, and we were sort of in a guessing game of which way this game was going to go, which way the tie was going to fall in the end. And whatever happens in this grand final, whoever comes out on top, whoever is the champion, a huge congratulations for these two for an incredible year in competitive FIFA. Even the loser guarantees himself $7,500, but that won't mean much. It's all about becoming a champion as we get underway in the second leg here. Fiddle up by 3 goals to 2, but 1 goal is nothing in competitive FIFA terms, if we're being honest.
It really isn't, Brandon. We have seen players make comebacks after being 1 goal down. This next goal, though, definitely can dictate the tempo, the pace of this grand final, this leg.
Maxi trying to find that goal within the first 4 minutes here. See the numbers forward in that team complexity strip. It was him that scored the opening 2 goals on 2 separate occasions, making Fiddle chase the game and needing to fight back, and that's exactly what Fiddle was able to do. He also went that 1 step further and bagged a 3rd. As we said, Fiddle wins this game, this leg of FIFA. The aggregate scoreline that you can see currently below the scoreboard, 3 goals to 2. He will be the champion here in North America. If Maxi wins, we go to another series of a 2-legged match because Maxi came through the loser bracket compared to where Fiddle came through the winner's side of the bracket. That's the advantage he has got because he hasn't lost a single game in the Summer Cup Series.
And Brandon, they're also playing for the bragging rights, as we did hear from Fiddle in a later interview. He did say that they are really good friends. They've been friends for about 3 years now. I myself was in that group whenever they were both playing on Xbox. So let me tell you, there's going to be a lot of bragging going on, potentially for the rest of their lives. It's going to be determined by this game right here.
I mean, the one thing that I've said a lot about North America is just how attacking it's been. I mean, you look across competitions like the EMLS, you see plenty of goals often and really good sort of attacking displays of FIFA. We've seen that. Remember it back when one of my first events they ever commentated on back in 2017 in Los Angeles, the FIWC Americas. And it was back there, of course, just rest of the world, Americas or Europe as we knew it back in the FIWC days. Is that always been a case in North America? It just seems like we're seeing such attacking FIFA.
I feel like definitely the North American scene has a lot of attacking-based pro players, competitive players, as we can see right now. It's really interesting because it varies. The play style varies region to region. We have seen the European region players like sort of Dax keeping a lot of possession. There's a whole lot of different styles of play. But for the most part, I feel like here in North America, we have a chance right here for Fiddle. Oh my goodness, what a save from Van der Sar. But yeah, Brandon, Wait, real quick. Fiddle may play the corner kick again, but he did against Jackson, not this time. Sort of see what
in
happens.
possession, Alan. Chance for a cut back into R9. Another great save from Van der Sar, but just to jump in quickly and to talk about that chance, it was exactly what Brilla was saying. You get into certain scenarios where you've got sort of so much time and you panic and you go, what am I supposed to do? And that was one of those opportunities there. We just didn't have an angle. The finesse wasn't really on. The only thing maybe he could have done was a ball roll into a finish, but things were moving so quick that Fiddle just didn't have any time to really think about that chance. He will get possession again to move this ball forward. 25 minutes played in the second leg. 3 goals to 2 up here.
And like you said, Brandon,
Series 1 and Series 2 champion.
I feel like Fiddle could have done a ball roll there, and he could have finessed the ball to the right side, but like you said, the game is just going through their heads right now at 100 miles per hour. Fiddle's probably going to be taking a look back at that one.
I mean, of course, we've got the pleasure of sitting here and saying they should have done that and they should have done that, but you can imagine the pressure the Fiddle must have been feeling in that exact scenario. That goal goes in, you're looking at a 2-goal cushion, a really comfortable scoreline. Here is Fiddle now, R9. Back to Cruyff, his deadly duo going forward, Vieira. He can get on the score sheet as he showed us in that last game. Tries to pass the ball into Cruyff, but lucky enough for Maxi of complexity. This Vieira's back to defend, but what's a start to this one? Nail biting FIFA. Really could swing anyway.
Big turnover.
This possession back. A couple of times Maxi's done that. Could be in danger now if he can get that ball into Cruyff. Cruyff, this is beautiful. Ronaldo back inside. Oh, he's offside. Just offside with Cristiano Ronaldo there, but we saw a great goal in the first leg from Fiddle with that Vieira effort. If he was onside there and there was somehow a score, just say a shot on goal after that from R9, that certainly could have also been up there for a play of the day. Getting a little bit too excited here, Maxi. Straight back down the other end, into Mbappe. Cristiano Ronaldo into R9. Maxi twisting, turning, tries to twist past Virgil van Dijk. Fortunately, just no way around the Dutchman. So big, so tall, and so difficult to get round at the back.
Great defensive play there from Fiddle. We have seen Maxi take advantage of those similar exact situations, but just this time he just couldn't. Big boy Virgil van Dijk in the right hands of Fiddle.
Fiddle again, that's nice. Cruyff, chance to let rip! And to find the back of the net. There's that 2-goal lead that he's been searching for in this time. And he's been knocking on Maxi's door since the first minute.
Brilliant goal from Fiddle there, finding the player wide open. Brilliant finish from Mr. Johan Cruyff with the apology celebration. I'm telling you, these two competitors respect each other off the pitch, but you know, right now it's game day. They're playing one another and they're definitely giving it their all.
It's the first time, Alan, that we've seen a 2-goal cushion in this. It's gone in the favour of Fiddle. And Maxi doesn't need us to tell him that he must win this leg of FIFA if he wants to take it into a second series. Half-time here. Fiddle, a 4-goal-to-2 lead on aggregate. And look at that, Maxi, that's very unlike Maxi there. Just created nothing in that first 45, Alan.
Exactly, 0 shots, very unheard of from Maxi. It just means that Fiddle is just turning up on the defense. Maybe Maxi's play style just doesn't go hand in hand with Fiddle's play style. I feel like if I was Maxi right now, I definitely would be looking at another sort of weapon in my arsenal to use. A different formation, different tactic, bring in a super sub. As we can see, Eusebio in, Mbappe out. Second half, Maxi has to give it all. He needs to find an early goal to open this game up and sort of maybe bring some confidence back into his attack.
Well, even a shot would be very much welcomed, Alan, because we haven't seen a single one of those in the first 45 minutes for a player that scored 2 goals in the first half, in the first leg. That's something that has to change, and it needs to change quickly. There's going to be any way back into this tie. For the E-Club World Cup champion. Cruyff, back to R9, Eusebio does so well and finds the back of the net to open up this tie again. So crisp on the turn. Forget Cruyff, forget R9. It's all about Eusebio, someone else that's in that 5-star week for the club, and someone else that in the right areas could always offer you that eye for goal. Game on.
Eusebio La Pantera, showing what he is capable of doing inside the box. Maybe, just maybe, as I was mentioning, that goal right there could spark some confidence back into Maxi's attack. In the second half of the final leg.
What is that going to do now for Fiddle? Sure, we'll just insert a little bit of panic within him. He's got Maxi charging down him. This could be a chance. This is brilliant, brilliant composure. It's a great block. It's a rebound. It's a really fortunate finish. It's going to be offside anyway. I tell you what, that could have easily been 4-4.
Yes, indeed. What Maxi could have done there, right? It's easier said than done, but from a spectator's point of view, he probably could have taken a touch there with Eusebio, set himself up for the open shot past the defender, who did get a leg on it. One thing is for sure, though, Brandon, we can see that Maxi's finding some confidence in the attack, creating a lot more attacking plays. He needs to just make sure that he buries the next opportunity he gets.
Well, it must be said that this is obviously exclusively a PlayStation tournament that we've seen across the whole Summer Cup series, and we will have competitors moving over from their own console on the Xbox. And a couple of times Maxi said, I'm really impressed with how I've been able to sort of get a grip for this PlayStation controller. I mean, how good he's been with left stick dribbling, how good he's been with skill moves, Alan.
It's just very impressive, honestly, like coming to this PlayStation 4 tournament as an Xbox competitor. Opportunity here for Fiddle, and it just goes wide. Very good chance that he had there. But yeah, I was in a group chat with Maxi, and whenever he qualified for day number 3, he was so happy. And just the simple fact that he made it through being a PlayStation 4 tournament. So it just goes to show that he's happy with his performance on a different console. A lot of pro players really, you know, have a difficult time switching, transferring from one console to another. But Maxi is just finding his rhythm. It's just very impressive to see what he can do on the PlayStation 4, not only on Xbox, where he's ranked 6th in the world.
We'll say it again to those that didn't hear before. Fiddle only has to win one two-legged match of FIFA, and this is it here. 20 minutes left. Chance now to put the game to bed. Ball around the goalkeeper. Oh no, back to Vieira! And it's him again. That steps up for Fiddle. And if anything, puts his name onto that Summer Cup Series trophy.
Patrick Vieira at it again. Is Fiddle using Vieira as a striker? Because it seems like it, because all the goals, the majority of the goals for Fiddle are coming from Patrick Vieira. The absolute scenes. I like that play, that goal from Fiddle, though, showing the composure. Instead of taking the shot there with the player that wasn't sort of in a good situation for the shot, instead of doing that, he passes it to Vieira, wide open net, and he tucks it in.
Again, it's a 2-goal cushion. It's been reinstated. Looking for another one. Mbappe. Steal with Mbappe. Great save. By the feet of Van der Sar. There's only 14 minutes left, and it's a huge ask for Maxi. As we said, even those that do finish second still get $7,500, but you can see by the celebrations the respect these two have for each other.
I think it's the first time that we see the sorry, apologetic celebration come out of Fiddle, which goes to show the relationship these two guys have. I've seen it whenever Maxi has, won the World Cup. Fiddle was congratulating him with hearts and everything. These guys just have a great relationship, and they happen to match up in the grand final.
We're going to a pause now, Alan. Just 8 minutes left. He's 8 minutes away from crowning himself a champion. He sort of knows it, Fiddle. He's so close now.
You can see the tactical adjustments. Eusebio, Central Cam, Mbappe. Man, that's going to be really tough for Maxi because, let me tell you, super subs are very important. Make sure you guys have your super subs to, bring late into the game, because they definitely make a huge impact in your attack, also your defense. It can be the difference between you winning a game and losing a game.
One thing I wanted to talk about was that I've actually not seen Vieira score a single goal in the Summer Cup series, and we talk about how attacking North America is, how they just get players involved. Fiddle wants to find another. Go back for a corner, and the fact that we see Vieira score 2 goals, first thing that I've personally seen. I think that says enough about attacking these guys up. And I think you can honestly start engraving FC Cincinnati's Fiddle's name into the Summer Cup Series trophy of North America. He's been a player that's been dominated this continent. Wherever the tournament, you can guarantee that man will be there. And that man will be involved in a championship Sunday, as we've seen here. Another trophy on the board, probably his biggest one as well this year. MLS Series 1 and Series 2 champion. Of course, wanted to back up for a third at the finals and able to do that. But he's able to get the job done. And it'll be another trophy onto that resume alongside $10,000. FC Cincinnati's Fiddle gets the job done here, and he will be your North America Summer Series Cup champion after an incredible 3 days of action. One man stands the tallest, and it will be FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. Huge congratulations. Unbelievable scenes over these 3 days. You see the respect as well for Maxi. Clapped his teammate there. It's still not a bad weekend for him. $7,500 guaranteed for complexities, Maxi. But it got to a stage, Alan, where there was just too big of a gap. The goal cushions were coming in. It wasn't 1 goal anymore. It was 2 goals. And on 2 different occasions, Fiddle was able to reinstate that. And for me, that's what won him the game over the 2 legs.
Definitely big ups to Maxi making it this far against players that have been playing on PlayStation 4 for the entire season. I believe this is his first tournament playing on PlayStation 4, and he got to 2nd place. And congratulations to Fiddle. I believe it is a well-deserved title from his part. He showed, he demonstrated what he's capable of doing this North American Summer Cup Series. And in my opinion, the deserved champ.
Certainly indeed, Alan. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on the broadcast this weekend. Have you enjoyed it? Have I looked after you well enough?
Yeah, it's a pleasure being alongside, Brandon, you, who has had a lot of experience, an awesome commentator in my eyes, and it was just really, really fun.
You made my life easy, Alan. You really, really did. A massive thank you for your expert analysis this weekend. But as we said, FC Cincinnati's Fiddle gets the job done. He will be winner 5 on this journey of the Summer Cup Series, joining the likes of Blue Agu, Paolo Neto, A. Nazar, and Oli Lito. But that's all from us in the commentary booth. Myself, Alan Abbey, Richard Buckley, and Huge Gorilla. Back over to Jimmy, Mike, and Spencer for one final time to wrap up a brilliant weekend of FIFA here.
Thank you, Brandon and Alan. Expert analysis and commentary as always. So Fiddle does the business, boys. He did what needed to be done. He went undefeated in this tournament. Let's bring him on right now because I want to talk to the champ. He did it. So Fiddle, first off, congratulations. That's first and foremost. Second,
thank you.
I before this game started, before it kicked off, I was like, it's going to be a defensive battle. Both of these guys are so good on that side of the ball. But then you go and start banging in goals with Patrick Vieira, and it's a goal fest. I mean, what happened?
Honestly, I do not know. When I'm going into it, I thought it was going to be more defensive because Max was not conceding goals all day. But I knew his type of attack gives me problems. People that are like really quick with the turns and whatnot outside the box. So, I mean, it was really tough. I mean, if you could tell in that game, unless the AI was bailing us out, neither of us were making like good stops, like good defensive stops. Our attacks were both really crisp. Every attack was, I felt like I was going to concede every time he touched the ball. If you ask him, he'd probably say the same. But I guess I was just more fortunate with the chances.
Fiddle, congratulations from me, mate. Really, really impressed. Great performance from you. Another winner that's gone all the way through on the winner's bracket as well, which is the best way to do it, I guess. My question to you is, you've said repeatedly throughout this broadcast that you feel Joxan's the greatest North American player of all time. Well, you've just capped off not just a great year for yourself, domestically speaking, or I wouldn't say domestic, but continentally speaking, I should say, but also a great couple of years with regards to your form and the impact you've made on the industry. Where are you in that conversation? Because for me, you're right up there as one of the best North American players for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would rather leave that up to other people whenever they talk about me because, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'd be a bit biased. But, I mean, like, domestically or continentally, however you want to say it, I've won it all. I mean, there's 3 straight FIFAs now that I've won something of importance on this. Well, actually, that's 4 in a row now. 4 straight FIFAs now that I've won something of importance on the continent. But, I mean, I'm still missing that world event, like something like where Yoxan's making finals, winning trophies. So I think I'm just missing that to put me up in the conversation with Diddy and Yoxan. But when you talk about head-to-head, I mean, I believe I'm right up there with them, too. Whenever we go to head-to-head, they just got a little bit on me when it comes to the world stage.
And just to build off of that, what can we expect from you in FIFA 21 in terms of your goals? Your personal goals, what do you want to achieve?
I mean, personally, I want to do a lot more on the world stage. I mean, like but I also want to keep consistent up with what I've been doing in EMLS and whatnot. But I mean, on the world stage, I would like to see myself up in the top 4 ranges at Foot Champs Cups. Put myself in the name of the conversation at the end of the year with the World Cup, because I've finished around. I think it's the last 2 years I've finished between the 27 and 36 range. That's good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's the top 30-ish in the world in FIFA, but that's not good enough for my standards. So I expect a bit more from myself. But I mean, the main thing I want to say is, I went into this weekend. I know I went back and watched on Friday, and Jimmy didn't think I was being serious. You can ask any of my friends. I have not played more than 1 game of FIFA since at EMLS, which was about, I don't know when EMLS was. That's the last time I played. I came into this with no preparation. So all this like weekend league stuff, you go 30-0, whatever, it don't really mean a lot unless you can step up and beat the best of the best. So I think that's what I did today, and I tried to prove that, weekend league, not too important.
I love being put on blast. Thank you so much for that, Fiddle. I don't know. I feel like you still had to practice a little bit, but maybe you were in your mind. You were visualizing it. One of my favorite parts, though, about this broadcast is that we get to walk through the highlights of your game, because I really find that it's really insightful to hear your thoughts as you set up what you did to have success. So let's go through the first leg first.
Here, I mean, I just made this way too easy. As you can see, it was exactly what he wanted. You practice that all the time. It was just too easy. I was mad at myself for sure. Look, I put a big grimace on my face because I knew that was just too easy and I can't be giving up things like that. But I mean, I bounced back, took a little sip of water. And right here, I usually cut back. And I think Max watched me enough that he thought I was going to cut back. So in my head, I was like, first time I get a chance like that, I'm just going to keep going down the line. And then this guy, I mean, he's just a freak at attacking. I couldn't stop him. Like, he got what he wanted every time he got in the box. I was just bailed out by the AI a few times. What was this goal? Oh, it's this little nice one-touch passing, trying to take advantage of maybe like the lack of player switching that the Xbox guys have, like I said before. Here, I mean, it's just towards the end. Like, I'm just keep trying to do this quick little passing. Patrick Vieira, I mean, he slept on. Don't see him a lot in the DM position, but I mean, I trust him. He's got a nice little shot on him.
Yeah, second leg then, you have a 1-goal lead. It's pretty tight throughout, but you still found a way to get a result.
Yeah, weird goal there with Cruyff. I'm not sure why Van der Sar didn't save that like he had saved everything this weekend. But then, I mean, he did make it close again in the end. I think he started scoring, and then he also had another chance that I don't know if will be on the replays, but honestly should have gone in, and then he was offside on the rebound. This might be, I think this is it right here. This is where I was like, oh my gosh. He beat me down the line. He cooked me. Sam brought up amazing save. Ronaldo probably an inch offside, so I've been blessed beyond belief there. Like, that's all I could say for that. And then I think this is the one to seal it. Just a nice little build-up play. Got lucky and finished it off. But, I mean, luck, you need it to become a champion. I'll tell you that right now. You can't do it all with skill.
No, for sure. There was it's a real thin line between success and failure at the highest levels, and you did what you had to do to get the results. So congratulations again, Fiddle. This is a big achievement.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. FCC Fiddle, everybody. What a performance. I can't say enough of just how comprehensive he was, and he just took down anybody that came his way. So, Spen, I want to throw it to you a little bit. If you have a word or two about Fiddle, what would you say here?
He's impressed me, Jim. He's really impressed me. Going through the winners bracket, never really looking in doubt. We gave him a little bit of stick in the first day because he'd maybe rode his luck a little bit, and he just mentioned there you've got to have a little bit of luck. But at the end of the day, he's backed himself every single time, and no one's been able to stop him. And that doesn't happen by accident. That doesn't happen just by luck. The way this format works, the way you can lose and come back for the lower bracket, if you go unbeaten, you've done fantastically well. So he's a great advocate for this game, particularly in North America, and I hope to see his success continue next year.
Yeah, he definitely joins the elite company of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series winners. We've had Olito, Nazar, Palo Neto, Blue Agu, and now FC Cincinnati Fiddle. It's a great collective to be in, and all these guys have really added to not only their momentum, but their stock. They're on a stock increase. They're ready to be upgraded as if they're a new foot item in terms of maybe their current deals or their current contracts, or if they're a free agent or looking for testing the market. All these guys have proven that they're ready to go, that they peak late, and a lot of them were great throughout the year, and they're ready to build into FIFA 21.
All right. As you can see, we have one Summer Cup Series left to go. It's Middle East, the Africa region. You guys don't want to miss it. It's going to all go down from August 7th through the 9th. To catch all of the action, the coverage is going to start at 9 a.m. British time, 11 a.m. in Saudi Arabia, and you're not going to want to miss this. It's going to be a good one. 5 big names. Who is going to join them as the 6th? Now, Mike, this is a part of the show that I really like, and honestly, I don't know how you do it. It seems like it's a bit of a challenge to find our Gillette Precision Play of the Day. I mean, you have so much footage to go through. What did you decide on?
Well, I appreciate that this is the only time that you compliment me as we get into today's precision play of the day. And I really want to talk about Fiddle and his passing, the way that he is able to unlock space, and it's just such an effective way to generate opportunities and put your guys into the best chance to convert. So I want to focus on understanding 1-2 passing and then kind of a two-man game. We saw him do this really well, and Fiddle's going to use the back heel. A big key here is the manual defending. You see Virgil van Dijk. That tells you there's going to be space to work with, space that you can unlock, and it's just gorgeous. And the fact that he has that little extra flavor, it makes it more unpredictable. And R9 is always going to convert from inside the box.
All right, I love it. A very, very good goal to break down. Now, before I let you guys go and everybody else go, and I enjoy working with you guys, I want to make sure that's out there. Spencer, I want to come to you first on this. After seeing this play out and seeing how some of these players perform in this region in particular in North America, how do you think they would do against some of the other regions around the world? Do you think they can compete with anybody, or do you feel like there's still maybe a slight drop-off? Because Mike and I are NA all day.
Yeah, I understand that, Jimmy. It's a difficult one when looking at this event in particular because obviously it is confined to the North American region, so we're only seeing them play against each other. But for a long time, I've felt the way I feel about American players or North American players in this game is the way I feel about them in a lot of sports, which is it's a numbers game, right? So the best players North America produces at FIFA are as good as the Europeans. I believe that. You know, we've seen proof of the Yoksans and the Diddy Crislitos and even the Fiddles go deep into tournaments. And I'm not going to win any fans in America here, but I'm sure you guys do agree, where North America lets themselves down is the amount of people you have. You should have more good players, in my opinion. That's not because you don't make them. It's not anything in your genetics. It's just a numbers game. They're playing other games. Maybe they're not putting the same amount of attention towards whether it's FIFA or maybe even soccer as European countries are or other continents. You know, Christian Pulisic is up there as any of the players in the world as a soccer player. But there isn't enough Pulisic's to make the US national team better. That's my take. have a go at me if you disagree. But ultimately, I think you guys can produce fantastic players. I think we will see some more major wins from North Americans in the future. Fiddle being a great example. I'll tell you one thing you guys produce as well is great pros. They talk the talk and they walk the walk. And I think there's a lot that Europeans and other areas can learn from in that regard.
Mike, before I let you chime in, I do want to say that Spencer is a pro at taking a nice shot and then somehow softening that shot with a lot of compliments. And I love it. It's such a great gift. I wish I had that myself. Okay, Mike, you jump in here and protect NA all day because I feel like maybe it deserves more credit.
What I just heard there from the hashtag United Esports owner, that Spencer might be willing to sacrifice a couple European spots so we get a couple more North American spots at events, so then you can see more of our players on display from that top tier, upper echelon category.
Mike, you know what the problem is? I signed a North American before and he was rubbish.
You. Oh! Send us home. Send me. I'm going for a walk. My God. To be fair, Harry made a video. I wasn't even acknowledged in the video. Didn't even acknowledge me. List all the hashtags. To be fair,
Harry was technically North American as well. He needed a great year. So there you go. Sorry, Mike. I stole your thunder there. I'll let you continue.
Go ahead, Jimmy. I'm rattled. I've been brought back down.
I'm just absorbing. I feel like we got to end this now.
I just go down
because Mike is just getting absolutely hammered in this one. I've got a goal on him. Spencer's got a goal on him now. All right, everybody, we are done for today. That signals the end of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series here in North America. So on behalf of Spencer and Mike and Brandon and Alan, Richard Buckley, Gorilla, I'm Jimmy Conrad saying thank you for watching. And I want to give another big congratulations to our North American champion, FCC Fiddle. And of course, I want to give some love to our amazing crew behind the camera because I promise you, we're all truly in awe of what they do. Also, don't forget, we've only crowned 5 of the 6 regional winners in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. So make sure to tune in to twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA on August 7th through the 9th as we crown the champion of the Middle East Africa region. I'll see you soon.